See our entire selection. Do you want the economy mulch or the premium? The only real difference is that the premium mulch has thicker strands, while the economy mulch is finer. But the colorant we use for both is of the highest quality, and that's why the color of our mulch lasts longer. And our mulch comes from trees, not pallets, and we process it all in-house. That's why our prices are so low. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Music director Ken David Mazur leads the Milwaukee Symphony Orchestra in a gorgeous double bill June 6th and 7th at the Bradley Symphony Center. Concerts will open with Pulitzer Prize-winning composer Aaron J. Kernis's evocative cello concerto, Colored Field. MSO Principal Cello Susan Babini will be the soloist in this work, which was inspired by a visit to a former concentration camp from World War II. The second half of the concert features the Symphony No. 1 by Brahms, a piece that took nearly 20 years to complete as the composer attempted to shake off the looming specter of Beethoven. The result is a brilliant and original first step into the genre, though careful listeners will detect a nod to Beethoven's famous Ode to Joy. Mazur conducts Brahms June 6th and 7th at the Bradley Symphony Center. Visit MSO.org for tickets and more information, or call the box office now at 414-291-7605.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The Brewers are coming! The Brewers are coming! Too late. They're already here.
Bye-bye baseball! A two-homer day for number 22.
Our Brewers Red Sox game day coverage starts tonight at 6:05. We are the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Six o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Today is Tuesday, May 27th, our top story. A huge trial in Milwaukee begins today.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Another prison break.
I'm Debbie Laziga, looking pretty good out on the roads. Light volume around the area, full freeway speeds. Road conditions looking good. So far, so good. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today with a slight chance of a shower. High 67 degrees, about 6-8 degrees cooler near Lake Michigan. Mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower overnight. Tonight's low down to 50. We're at 51 to get you started. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the murder case of the year heads to trial in Milwaukee.
The trial of Maxwell Anderson is set to begin Tuesday in Milwaukee. He's accused of killing 19-year-old Sade Robinson back in April of last year. Police say the two were seen together on a date just hours before Robinson was reported missing. Her burned car was found shortly after, and over the following days, her dismembered remains were discovered in multiple locations across southeast Wisconsin and even northern Illinois. Anderson faces several charges, including homicide and mutilating a corpse. He has pleaded not guilty. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Two people are recovering after shootings on Memorial Day. First one happened just before 10 near Teutonia and Good Hope Road on the northwest side. The second just minutes later near 6 in Vienna. A 26-year-old in the hospital with injuries in that case. No one in custody for either shooting.
Man and a woman killed, 9 others injured in a shooting at a park in Philadelphia. This was about 10:30 last night. Different groups starting to pack up and leave after the holiday. Not clear how it started or how many shooters may have been involved. The police commissioner there is Kevin Bethel.
I mean, we're in the park, right? And so they're going to be folks that are going to say that, hey, the police should have been out here. We're in the park. People come in here. It's Memorial's Day, and so, we try to manage the crowds as they unfold. But at the same token, it is a challenge when individuals decide that they're going to fire into a crowd.
3 teenagers among the injured. They are in stable condition. One other person taken to the hospital after being hit by a car in the resulting chaos. No arrests announced yet.
Another prison escape, this time in Arkansas. ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
A former law enforcement officer serving decades behind bars has escaped from a high-security prison. Grant Hardin once served as a police chief in a small town nearby. He admitted in 2016 to killing a town water department employee. DNA later linked Hardin to a separate rape case. Authorities say the 56-year-old was seen disguising himself in a law enforcement uniform Sunday, slipping past prison security, pushing a cart.
3 more of the 10 escaped inmates from a New Orleans jail have been rearrested following authorities still searching for 2 of them. Authorities say one of the 3 men was arrested in Baton Rouge by local police, 2 others in Walker County, Texas. WWL-TV's Lily Cummings.
Linton Van Buren was arrested by Baton Rouge police. Police say they received an anonymous tip and found Van Buren sitting on a bench near a department store. About an hour later, we learned 2 more inmates, Leo Tate and Jermaine Donald, were captured by Texas authorities in Walker County. That's about 75 miles north of Houston. Police say the pair led authorities on a high-speed chase through the Huntsville, Texas area.
4 other people have been arrested accused of helping the inmates once they were on the loose.
British police are holding a 53-year-old man in custody over a collision that turned a joyous soccer celebration in Liverpool to tragedy and sent more than 24 people to hospitals. The city's mayor says 4 people are in very serious condition. They're not treating the incident Monday evening as terrorism and are not looking for other suspects. This happened after the players of Liverpool Football Club celebrated their Premier League championship with an open-topped bus parade.
President Trump slamming Russian leader Vladimir Putin. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
President Trump also turning his frustration towards Vladimir Putin, saying the Russian president has, quote, gone crazy. Over the weekend, Russia unleashed its biggest bombardment in Ukraine since the start of the war.
I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all.
The Kremlin pushing back, suggesting Trump's comments might be due to emotional overload.
Frustration comes amid a swap of hundreds of prisoners of war between Russia and Ukraine, third and last part of a major swap and a rare moment of cooperation in otherwise failed efforts to reach a ceasefire.
Coming up, you don't expect this to be hit by lightning.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:05.
Jake suffered with carpal tunnel syndrome.
Tingling numbness in my hands and fingers, not sleeping well at night, tossing and turning, trying to manage with pain pills and stretching, and it just wasn't helping.
He didn't want the traditional invasive carpal tunnel surgery.
I had seen people with the bandages and scars and clubs for hands. I just don't have time to be incapable of doing things for 6 to 8 to 10 weeks.
Then he learned about the Ovation Hand Institute and the Ovation Technique, an ultra minimally invasive procedure done in the office.
I wanted to get it looked at sooner than later. So I had the virtual consult. It was very thorough as far as like I was sitting in a doctor's office. I was booked for the procedure 2 weeks later, had my right hand done. Very quick procedure. It was really great. That very night when I went home, it was the first time in probably 3 months my hand did not wake me up.
Book an appointment with the Ovation Hand Institute and find out if you're a candidate for the Ovation Technique.
Probably the most surprising thing was how quickly I was able to do things again. I'm cooking dinner, I'm doing yard work and all that kind of stuff the next day.
Visit ovationhand.com. ovationhand.com.
Arvin?
Yeah?
Ben is walking around Penny Mustard's showroom handing out cigars.
I know.
But why?
He's celebrating the new edition.
You mean?
That's right. Have a cigar, Nicole.
Congratulations. I just heard the news.
Thanks. I'm so happy. You should be.
Do you have a photo?
Of course. Here.
Wait, that's the Rowan bedroom collection.
I know. Isn't it beautiful?
I thought...
You thought Penny Mustard's newest bedroom would be made in the USA and tariff-free with locally sourced wood, forever-tight bed brackets, and drawers strong enough to stand on.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Look at the molding, the feet, the inlays.
The Rowan is one fine-looking bedroom collection.
Yeah, it gets its good looks from me.
The Rowan Bedroom Collection, starting at just $257 a month with no interest until May of 2028 through June 1st at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Newer versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
Hi, I'm Eric Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, reminding you to double-check your home. Siding Unlimited is the proven exteriors professionals for 31 years. Family-owned and locally operated right here in Wisconsin. Call Siding Unlimited and visit sidingunlimited.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:07.
Whether he plays this season or not, will Aaron Rodgers ultimately retire as a Green Bay Packer? We'll hear from Aaron Rodgers.
Moviegoers set a box office record this Memorial Day weekend.
You sure that's a dog?
Yeah.
Rough.
Disney's live-action remake of Lilo and Stitch made out with $183 million through Monday, followed by Mission Impossible that had $77 million, so both, I think, better than the hopes. The top 10 films combined this Memorial weekend brought in about $326 million in the U.S. and in Canada. That tops the previous record set in 2013.
And matches my prediction that it was going to be Lilo and Stitch, not Mission Impossible, that took the box office.
Adorable.
Troubles with the law for an American gold medal gymnast.
Mary Lou Retton was arrested earlier this month for driving under the influence. According to court documents, the DUI happened in Marion County, West Virginia on May 17th. The 57-year-old Olympian was released on bond.
Retton made history as a gymnast for the U.S. during the 1984 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles, where she got 2 perfect 10 scores just weeks after receiving an operation on her knee.
Struck by lightning, Southwest Flight 168 from Tampa was descending into Denver International Airport when the lightning hit amid a thunderstorm. Passenger Maria Martinez.
We definitely felt it in our seats. We could hear it, and it was just so bright. We were like, oh my gosh, did we just get struck by lightning? And everybody was like, I think we did.
The airport says plane landed and made it to the gate safely. No one was hurt.
I don't think that's terribly rare. I mean, it's...
You don't want it to happen.
You'd probably rather not, I suppose, but I think they obviously can deal with that unless it takes out an engine or something like that. 6:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
What if you could lose up to 1 pound of fat every single day at Milwaukee Weight Loss? They've got the secret, and it's helping people shed serious weight fast. Hey, it's Steve Scavini from WTMJ. I've been on the Milwaukee Weight Loss program since January and currently in the maintenance phase after losing, get this, 40 pounds. It was fast, easy, and safe, and I'm sticking with the incredible team at Milwaukee Weight Loss to keep the weight off. Their doctor-developed, easy-to-follow program helps people lose weight naturally and safely with no drugs, no risky injections, no meal kits, no shakes, no exercise required. It's not just about losing weight. It's about resetting your metabolism to keep it off for good with personal coaching every step of the way. And guess what? Their program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just a month or two, up to 1 pound of fat a day. Book your free consultation now at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com or call 262-449-1180. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Coming up on 6:10, what do you see on the drive, Debbie?
Not much. We're looking pretty good right now. Full freeway speeds around the area. I'm not seeing any incidents or delays for that matter, so everything is looking pretty good. That's your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Areas of clouds build back in for today. High temperatures in the lower 60s by the lake, mid to upper 60s inland. Very low chance for an isolated rain shower or sprinkle today. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Small chance for that rain shower still. Low temperatures right around 50. A better chance for some rain showers on Wednesday. Mostly cloudy skies. Highs in the 50s by the lake. Some lower 60s inland. Thursday, mostly cloudy, small chance for a rain shower, temperatures in the mid-60s by the lake, lower 70s inland. Then for Friday, partly cloudy, warm and dry for most of the day, high temperatures in the mid-70s. We'll look at the chance for some late-day showers and thunderstorms. Saturday, mostly sunny, high temperatures in the upper 60s by the lake, mid-70s inland. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 51 degrees.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
Happy Tuesday to you, 6:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News. So Vince, today, this is one of those trials of the year, I think you can safely say, especially here in Milwaukee County and across the state, but it starts today.
Happening today.
Maxwell Anderson heads to trial starting today. Who is he? Well, Anderson is the man accused of killing and dismembering Sade Robinson. She was the 19-year-old MATC student. The two were said to be on a date that fateful night of April in 2024, and she was called in as missing by her employer, Pizza Shuttle, the day later. And remains of Robinson's were later found in several places. A leg in Warnemount Park in Cudahy, an arm in Waukegan, Illinois on the Lake Michigan shoreline just south of the border. Other pieces were later found, but not all of her remains. Robinson's car was also burned out on the city's north side. And now the trial begins for the man they believe is responsible. They have some cell phone records that Robinson's phone was at Anderson's home at one point, and then it bounced around that night from the River West neighborhood to Warnemount Park. So they have a timeline as to where they believe she was, and he was also believed to be with her at this time.
But beyond that,
that is about it.
Like a tremendous dearth of physical evidence that directly ties Maxwell Anderson to Sade Robinson's murder. We knew they were together, but so this... I think when they arrested him and they were at the house and all of these things, people started putting things together and, well, they got the guy. Well, trial is a different deal.
Right, yeah. And you certainly hope that they can find a conviction if this is the guy. 37th in Oklahoma is where he lived. Maxwell Anderson went to Pewaukee High School. He worked at a couple of bars. Victor's he worked at downtown. Trial should last about 2 weeks. It starts, of course, with jury selection. And that's hit or miss. Sometimes that can go quickly. Sometimes that takes a bit. It sounds like they're going to have some extra alternates put into place for this jury selection. So that could take most of the day today when they get underway.
And you don't have to find jurors who haven't heard anything about the case, because that is going to be virtually impossible here, as we covered it extensively. But what you have to find in jurors is someone who says, well, I may have heard some of these things, but I am open to hearing, right? Yes. I have not predetermined some sort of outcome here, so we'll see how difficult that is. Expectation was that wraps up today, despite the tall task of seating those jurors plus alternates, and then you'd have opening arguments or statements tomorrow.
First thing tomorrow morning, hopefully.
6:14 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
For over a century, local broadcasting has evolved with the needs of the community. We move past the stigmas of opinion journalism and bring the most relevant news online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
Vince Vitrano for Annex Wealth Management. Trade wars, tariff troubles, keeping the markets guessing, stirring up uncertainty that can rattle even the savviest of investors. Time to link up with Annex as your planning partner. Now, whether retirement is on the horizon or still maybe decades off, choices you make today will help shape your second act. Retirement is not a finish line. It's the beginning of a new chapter, right? So teaming up with Annex Wealth Management, that puts a dedicated crew in your corner. As fee-only fiduciaries, they're about transparency. So there are no hidden agendas, no commissions. Their advice is built to serve your best interest, not somebody else's bottom line. They will dive into your financial picture. They analyze what you got, craft a personalized plan to help you hit your goals, big or small. Explore their tailored services. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Know the difference. Visit AnnexWealth.com. You click the Get Started button and start that conversation today. Annex Wealth Management.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Brewers look to make it 2 in a row over the Red Sox tonight after that gorgeous Memorial Day at the Ball-Yard. Perfect day for a ball game. Super neat pregame festivities, including the first pitch thrown out by Packers quarterback Jordan Love. And then in the first inning,
Garrett Crochet, first pitch to Jackson Chourio, driven left center. See you later. Jackson Chourio ignites the crowd at American Family Field with a leadoff home run in the bottom of the first, his 8th of the season.
Yep, that made it 1-0 just like that. Andrew Monasterio and Erik Haas both would chip in a couple of RBIs. It'd be 3-1. Going into the 9th when things got a bit dicey with the score 3-2, the bases loaded. Trevor McGill gets that pop-up he needed.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball right field playable. Sal Frelick calling for it. Camping underneath of it. He squeezes it. The Brewers survive a rocky ninth inning.
It was that. I was listening.
Connor Wong.
We got
would
guys
pop it
on
up.
base. We
Yeah.
got that run scored. We're walking dudes.
You had the lead run on second base there.
Oof.
So the bullpen did get your job done, but those guys are a bit taxed right now. Brewers.com reporter Ed McKelvey asking closer Trevor McGill about his pitch count in the ninth there.
How was it feeling as you get up to 30 and over 30 pitches?
I threw 30 pitches today.
34, I think.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna be sore tomorrow. That's for sure.
But he didn't even know. I don't know how long I was out there. Is it an hour?
I'm going to be sore tomorrow. But he did say, he's like, well, this is what we're doing right now. I'm happy to do it if it means we can get some W's. So they get the win. Aaron Savale on the mound for the Crew tonight as they look to take the first two of the Red Sox series. 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage starts just after 6 right here on WTMJ Radio.
Happening today.
Green Bay Packers open OTAs today.
There you go.
Organized team activities. 3 practices scheduled for this week, so look for news out of Green Bay on how things are coming together. Meanwhile, former Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who still has not committed to playing somewhere this season, on a podcast talking about his long-term relationship with the Packers.
If I didn't do it, would that make a difference in how I'm viewed in the Packers' eyes? When I retire in 4 years, I'm going to go into the Packer Hall of Fame. May or may not get my number retired. Whether they do it or not, that's fine. But in 4 years, I'll be in the Packer Hall of Fame. I'll come back and be a part of the
crazy.
Exactly. And there's a lot of love from me and how I feel about the team.
So that's the YNK podcast live recording with Mike Studd. They're taking questions from this crowd, and a Packers fan asked if he'd go into the Hall of Fame as a Packer. Now, in the NFL, they don't so much do it that way.
Just go into the Hall of Fame.
Right. But so it's more, would you retire as a Packer? Rodgers saying if the team approached him, he probably would.
So they would have to, if he doesn't sign with the Steelers, they'd have to get on that here pretty soon, wouldn't they?
I guess, right? Get him like one of those one-day contracts.
Do it in August
right?
and then just be done with it.
That's that. U.S. Women's Open is on this week in Washington County. Erin Hills, the best women in the game, will be in Wisconsin. Fans can head out for practice rounds beginning tomorrow. Competition underway Thursday.
You look at the landscape of professional women's golf now, and there's so many great personalities and so many great role models, and I think that's what we're seeing here.
That is Tiffany. Everyone calls her Tiff Joe. She is a former LPGA golfer, works now for the USGA, and I caught up with her at Erin Hills recently. Tickets still available for all of the rounds. Fans under 18, free with an adult. You can text OPEN to the WTMJ Talk and Text line. That's OPEN to 855-616-1620 to find our coverage and information on how you can attend. Coming up on 620 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hi, I'm Rose Gray with Fox World Travel, and I'm excited to share that our exclusive guided Alaska land and sea journeys are now available for 2026. We partner with Holland America Line to curate the best and most sought-after experiences to Alaska. We send hundreds of travelers from Wisconsin to Alaska every year, along with experienced Fox tour managers for peace of mind. Don't just picture Alaska, live it. We have limited spots, and these tours are booking fast. Visit Fox World Travel online or call 866-GO-FOX-GO.
Academic Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at accunet.com.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip Flop Day on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
The Brewers Radio Network salutes all those who serve or have served our country.
I'm Sandy Max of WTMJ's What's on Tap, a show about culture and creativity. A shout out to Wisconsin organizations like Guitars for Vets, Feast of St. Crispian, and others for being creative, therapeutic spaces to support veterans. Most importantly, I salute all who have served and continue to serve in the United States Armed Forces. Thank you for your service.
Salute the Troops is sponsored by Discount Liquor, Mission 94, and Great Midwest Bank.
Checking in with Debbie here at 621.
All right, looking pretty good. We got a couple of delays right now. Southbound on 41, slowing down from Hampton Avenue down towards Capitol Drive. Northbound right around that North Avenue curve. Other than that, everything else is looking pretty good. Got one other broken down vehicle on northbound 43 right about at Kilbourne. It is out of traffic, though, off on the right, so we're okay. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today. There's a slight chance for rain, a high of 67 inland. Tonight, cloudy, slight chance for a shower, a low of 50. For Wednesday, cloudy with showers, a high of 63. Thursday, cloudy, slight chance for rain and a high of 71 inland. The forecast sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for that Big Fish roof update.
Already heard it over the long holiday weekend. School's going to be out soon, and the kids.
Mommy, I'm bored. Bored? There's nothing to do. But we just read 48 books, played 16 board games, made a pillow fort, made a couch fort, made a stuffed animal fort, ate 73 snacks, watched every single screen we own in this house. How could you be bored?
Got a solution to that this morning. 50-plus free things to do this summer. A piece up now at mkewithkids.com. Callie Herbst, founder of Milwaukee with Kids, and she's live with us this morning. Hi, Callie.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Great to talk to you. So a number of things. I love that you do this to some degree every year. You put up all of these free family activities, and some of them are just, you got to do a little bit of digging. Well, not since you put them all out there on the website, but family days at things that we commonly know and usually pay admission for, but there are a lot of attractions that will get you in free on this day or that day.
Yeah, exactly. We just, like you said, tried to put it all in one place. There's a lot obviously happening down at the lakefront. There's those free family fun days that they do. They've done the last few years at the Northwestern Mutual Community Park. They're going to be doing those 4 times this summer. And it's it's free admission, free parking, and they have tons of activities for the family. The first one is June 8th, actually. And that's on the Summerfest grounds. So, if you haven't been down there, sometimes it's hard for people to understand. It's on the grounds. You walk through Midgate, but you don't pay admission.
I love that, and that's a way to get down on the Summerfest grounds for folks who might not maybe go to that festival or any of the ethnics. And it's largely around that, you called it the play area, right? The big old jungle gyms and all the cool play stuff.
Yeah, they have that new community playground, community park there, and it's epic. I mean, it's and for all ages too. They've got an area for real small kids and an area that will kind of impress everybody.
And there still is, I know that Peninsula Park is still available for people to walk out to, right? The one that's
Lakeshore State Park.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's the thing that's so great about going down there is once you're down there, there's a million places to walk to. There's Lakeshore State Park, like you mentioned. There's the Milwaukee Art Museum, which is always free for kids 12 and under. And they've got all kinds of kid programming with their art studio there and their art packs that you can check out. And then obviously Discovery World's right there. So there's just so much to do once you're down there.
A number of the festivals that you highlight as well, Callie, in your 50-plus free things to do this summer, a number of those festivals are free as well.
Yeah, exactly. So we try to break it out by month too. So, coming up, Greek Fest is coming up June 13th to 15th. That's at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Free admission. You do have to pay for parking, but once you're in, there's live music and dancing and carnival rides and all the Greek food and all that. And then obviously Cedarburg Strawberry Festival. That's another one, June 28th to 29th. They do a great job in their historic downtown area. And there's a kids area in Cedar Creek Park there. So that's always a fun one. But yeah, we tried to break it out by month so you can see what's free happening that month.
You always have good advice for families who are going to some of those festivals. Like I look back at my childhood and I think, all right, if you want to go antiquing, maybe that's a couple's day. If you want to bring the whole family, you got to expect to do some kid stuff, right? At least balance it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. And I think any of these festivals, I believe almost anything can be sort of modified for whatever age kids you have, right? I mean, I remember taking my newborn baby to Cedarburg Strawberry Festival. Well, it was a very different experience then. It was nice to walk around, get fresh air. But then, of course, as they grow, they're interested in different things. And eventually now when they're going to be teenagers, they'll probably be interested more in the vendors and the shopping, so it's just kind of wherever you're at, there's a lot of these festivals try to have something for all ages.
What do we got? About 2 weeks left of school. Is that about right? We got to be getting close for most kids.
Yeah, I believe that's right. That's for us. Yeah.
If that's news to you, you better check out Callie's website here and get locked in because it's going to come up on you quick. Thanks so much, Callie.
Thanks for having me.
Your cure for summer family boredom. It's 50-plus free things to do this summer. And check it out at mkewithkids.com.
The dumbest country boy. I didn't even know.
News about your money this morning in the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Markets were closed for the holiday on Monday. Here's where we left things on Wall Street. Dow Jones Industrial Average was at 41,603. The NASDAQ at 18,737. And the S&P 500 at 5803. But the markets are poised to open way ahead. The futures all running 1% or higher better than where we left things on news that there may be some movement on the tariffs with the European Union. So we got more news on that coming up in the bottom of the hour, but markets are poised to have a good day or at least a good launch this morning. 627 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, John Mercure here for Guthrie and Fry Water Conditioning. My reverse osmosis system in my house is fantastic. The water I drink, the water we feed the dogs, the water we cook with is crisp, clean, and clear thanks to Guthrie and Fry's RO system. It's technology that's been around for a long time, but it's the best in the business, and Guthrie and Fry will get it to you. It's affordable, it's effective, and you'll feel a lot better. It's all about the science. Southeast Wisconsin's #1 choice, and my choice is Guthrie and Fry Water Conditioning.
Better water makes a big difference. Guthrie and Fry.
Welcome back to Ask Hassleus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Yeah, when you say your Hassleus mattress showrooms are employee-free, you don't really mean it, right?
Of course we mean it. No employees. Give the mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy.
Why no employees?
To save you money.
How much money?
Well, others sell a Beauty Sleep by Beauty Rest Elm Cove B Queen for $16.59, but the everyday Hassleus price is just $8.42.
Whoa, Nelly.
We also have way low pricing on our selection of Sealy Posturepedic and more.
Well, that's pretty good.
And through Monday, purchase a select Beauty Rest or Sealy Posturepedic mattress in any size and receive a free adjustable base.
That's exceptionally good.
Plus, free next day delivery, removal and setup of your new mattress, and free financing is available too.
All because your showrooms are employee-free?
Yes, sir.
I like the way you do business.
Get a free adjustable base now through Monday at Hassleus Mattress. Open 9 to 9. Get all the details and find the self-service employee-free showroom near you at hassleus.com.
It's time for unbeatable Memorial Day savings at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Right now, find great deals on supplies to kick off summer your way. Like 1 cubic foot bags of Miracle Grow potting mix, $6.99. Get a free $15 gift card when you spend $75 on Hill's Science Diet pet food and treats. Plus, rewards members get free same-day delivery on all pet supply orders of $49 or more when you order by noon. Find the value you need to do things your way. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin. The buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
ABC News, I'm Sherry. Preston, thousands of people at a victory parade for Liverpool's win in the Premier League Championship when a 53-year-old man, police say, plowed his minivan into them. More than 45 people were hurt. However, says ABC's Ian Pannell,
the police very clearly saying that at this point in time, they don't believe that it was terrorism. They don't believe anyone else was involved in this. I guess the key questions for them now is what led up to this in the first place? What was the trigger if indeed this wasn't a deliberate attack, as appears to be the case right now?
In Philadelphia, 2 people were killed. Several more were hurt after a mass shooting in the city's Fairmount Park that happened last night. 2 of the 10 escaped New Orleans jail inmates are still on the loose. 3 of them were captured on Monday. Today's the last day to book a flight on Southwest Airlines without being hit with a $35 fee to check your bag. This is ABC News.
We're looking at southbound 41 with some backups now from Appleton Avenue all the way down past Capitol Drive to Burleigh. Northbound slowing down right around the North Avenue curve, a little bit past Capitol Drive as well. Otherwise, we're looking pretty good around the rest of the system. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today, mostly cloudy, slight chance of a shower, high 61 lakeside, 67 degrees your high temp inland. Mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower tonight and a low down to 50. Milwaukee at 51. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a murder case headed to trial in Milwaukee.
The trial of Maxwell Anderson is set to begin Tuesday in Milwaukee.
He's accused of killing 19-year-old Sade Robinson back in April of last year. Police say the two were seen together on a date just hours before Robinson was reported missing. Her burned car was found shortly after, and over the following days, her dismembered remains were discovered in multiple locations across southeast Wisconsin and even northern Illinois. Anderson faces several charges, including homicide and mutilating a corpse. He has pleaded not guilty. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Breaking ground on a new local Veterans Memorial. The Wauwatosa Veterans Memorial will be built in Hart Park. The Civic Celebration Committee's Mike Antic tells WTMJ.
All the military branches, we're going to have a kiosk where you can look up names of people who have been in the military. We're going to have pavers or bricks that are inscribed with veterans and friends of the military that you can buy and purchase. It's going to be a great place.
The memorial set to open in November.
More turbulence with Kohl's, the company already dealing with the fallout from CEO Ashley Buchanan's firing. Now shareholders pushing back. Editor-in-chief of the Milwaukee Business Journal, Timothy Gibbons on WTMJ.
When the company had its annual meeting recently, 45% of shareholders came out and said that they did not approve of the company's pay structure. This is obviously in the wake of Ashley Buchanan being hired and given a very large $20.9 million payday with equity awards and signing bonuses and all of that, and then just a few months later getting fired.
The interim Kohl's corporate chief executive officer, Michael Bender, is getting a base salary of just over $1.4 million while the company searches for a permanent CEO.
Summer grilling season is here, and you know what that means. Someone is going to burn themselves accidentally using the old grill. An adult trauma director at UW Health, Dr. Patrick Shahan, tells WTMJ.
The first is the use of accelerants like gasoline, diesel fuel, basically anything that is not intentionally labeled or created to help with the assistance of starting a fire. Those create an extreme hazard and can get out of control very quickly.
So it's very common, Shahan says. Well, go ahead.
Who's starting the grill with gasoline?
Well, there's always
he wouldn't have mentioned it if they hadn't been on that call.
There's always that one person, right?
My goodness.
Trying a little too hard.
Get the pools ready for summer.
Milwaukee County Parks have announced the official opening dates for pools this summer. They have rescheduled the opening day for Cool Waters in Greenfield due to unprecedented cold weather. Cool Waters will open Saturday, May 31st, marking the beginning of the pool season. Shoals Aquatic Center in Lincoln Park will be open on June 7th. However, some pools will not be reopening this summer due to staffing shortages, budget, and facility maintenance issues. This includes pools at Hales Corners Park, Washington Park, as well as the Pelican Cove Aquatic Center. The park system is also offering season pass sales for the first time ever. Elizabeth Lintonen, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:35. Coming up, the push seen round the world.
Celebrate summer and save big at Fleet Farm's Memorial Day Savings Event. 24 packs of our bottled water are now only $2.99. Online liquid Pool Shark 4-packs are $14.99. And the 32-quart Plano Frost Cooler is just $99.99. Plus, all active military and vets are invited to save an additional 10% May 22nd through the 26th. Whatever you need, we've got the best prices guaranteed. And find even more deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:36.
Brewers bullpen is taxed as they head into another game with the Red Sox. Sports at 6:45.
All right. The love hurts. The leader of France is downplaying an incident that's gone viral. When French President Emmanuel Macron's plane door opened when they had landed in Southeast Asia for a trip, the plane door opens and you can see him speaking to someone off camera, like who's along the side there behind the wall, if you will. And all of a sudden, 2 hands come up and push him in the face. He turns and looks startled, then smiles. Hey, I'm being seen by people
TV.
now. And it turns out those arms belong to his wife. So there's question now about what happened there. Is everything okay? If you'd like to see the video, you just text the word FACE, FACE, to the Saturday Unlimited WDTMJ Talk and text line 855-616-1620. And they're downplaying it. They say they were just horsing around, that this is all overblown. But the face he makes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right, Debbie?
I'm just looking at it right now, and it's like, that is not a horsing around face.
He gets pushed in the face, his eyes go wide because he turns and realizes he is in view. And then all of a sudden he smiles and he's like, hey, everybody. And then she comes out and they walk down the stairs.
And the weird thing is that it has her sleeve, the hands that push. You don't see who does it, but you see her hand.
Yeah.
And she does have the red sleeves on from the coat that she's wearing.
It's clearly her.
Oof.
Macron's office initially denied the authenticity of the images before they confirmed it as genuine later. Now
Not a great play if you ultimately have to come on and be like, oh, actually, no.
We were just horsing around. I'm sure they'll be asked about it again. If you'd like to see it.
It wasn't gentle.
No, it's a push to the face. Not a punch, but a push, right? That's what you'd call it.
Sure.
Face to the Saturday Unlimited WTMJ.
Who picked that?
Well,
text face.
Pancake and I were talking about, do we go with Macron or do we go with face? We went with face. FACE. 855-616-1620.
Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
They treated me like family.
They're actually people that you can depend on.
They made me feel seen. They really treated me like I was a part of their family, a part of their team.
They ask how you're doing, how you're feeling.
They're just so welcoming and so sweet and kind.
It's like family, caring about another member of the family.
If you've been injured, it costs you nothing to see if Gruber Law Offices can help.
EAA AirVenture Oshkosh put it on the calendar, returning July 21st through the 27th. What's better than seeing one Goodyear blimp? How about 2? This summer at EAA AirVenture Oshkosh, celebrating 100 years of Goodyear blimps with a rare double appearance in the skies over the Fox Valley. It's all part of the world's greatest aviation celebration, so don't miss the blimps. The air shows, there's one every day. Some days there are a couple, with a couple at night. The adventure of a lifetime. Get your tickets now at eaa.org/tickets. Tickets, again, available now at eaa.org/tickets. Join us for the world's greatest aviation celebration.
Are you sick of not being your bank's top priority? We are too. At Wintrust, we take a different approach to banking. We're proud to be your one true banking partner focused on your unique financial goals. That's right in your backyard. Whether you're opening your first account, buying a home, planning for the future, or starting a business, we have tailored solutions to get you there. Stop settling and start experiencing a better way to bank at Wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp. Banks. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Loyalty, family. Few things are more important. This is WTMJ's Steve Scafidi and Loyal Family Renovations. They saved the day after a brutal storm in Oak Creek. Hail damage, yeah, I had a lot of it. But Jeff, Jake, and the whole team, absolute pros, made the entire process smooth as can be. Let's be honest, not everyone knows how to deal with adjusters. They handle all the questions, quick answers, top-notch customer service. In just 2 days, my roof was done. If storm damage hits, call the team that made it easy for me. Loyal Family Renovations. Visit loyalfamilyrenovations.com.
Checking in on the morning drive here, Deb.
Looking pretty good. We got our usual backups on 41 southbound from Appleton Avenue all the way down past Capitol. Northbound is slowing down just before Mayfair Road, all the way up just before Capitol Drive. Other than that, looking pretty good across the rest of the system. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Areas of clouds build back in for today. High temperatures in the lower 60s by the lake, mid to upper 60s inland. Very low chance for an isolated rain shower or sprinkle today. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Small chance for that rain shower still. Low temperatures right around 50. A better chance for some rain showers on Wednesday. Mostly cloudy skies. Highs in the 50s by the lake. Some lower 60s inland. Thursday, mostly cloudy, small chance for a rain shower. Temperatures in the mid-60s by the lake, lower 70s inland. Then for Friday, partly cloudy, warm and dry for most most of the day. High temperatures in the mid-70s. We'll look at the chance for some late-day showers and thunderstorms. Saturday, mostly sunny. High temperatures in the upper 60s by the lake, mid-70s inland. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
51 in Milwaukee. And 6:42 this Tuesday morning. Expect to learn more today. Could possibly even have charges filed. You would expect that this week, if not today, against a Milwaukee man accused of driving the wrong way on I-43, causing a crash that killed 2 people. They said the interstate shut down for 5 hours overnight. So Sunday into Memorial Day, Monday, early in the morning on Memorial Day. Latest information from the Ozaukee County Sheriff's Office does not include any names. According to the Sheriff's Office, you got a guy, 34 years old, from Milwaukee, southbound in the northbound lanes of I-43, town of Belgium. That's just north of Port Washington. So you would already be by all the exits for Port Washington, and now you're coming up on Belgium there as the freeway sort of takes that turn toward the east. Guy slammed into another vehicle. In that other vehicle, 51-year-old woman, 56-year-old man, 22-year-old woman, all from Oostburg, which is just a bit further northeast of Belgium. The 2 in their 50s are dead. The 22-year-old taken to the hospital with serious injuries. They haven't said, but the math works out that this could be a family.
Right.
Mom, dad, and daughter, perhaps. Again, the identity is not revealed, so we don't know. But that is a possibility. The wrong-way driver also in the hospital, taken by ambulance to Aurora in Grafton and then flighted to Frederick. He was last reported in critical condition. Incidentally, that is where the survivor from the other vehicle is as well, the young woman, also at Frederick. Outstanding questions this morning beyond the identities of everyone involved. Drugs or alcohol involved? Authorities haven't said. How and where did the guy get on the freeway going the wrong way? What charges could be filed in this case? Don't know. Expect more from either the sheriff's office or when they kick this over to the DA's office, you would expect a criminal complaint that might have some of those details. They may not know. I don't know how many cameras are up that way.
Yeah, it's different than down here where there are so many more in the metro area. And oftentimes, State Patrol's told us before, we get the calls and reports that someone's going the wrong way. And oftentimes when they're looking for these folks, by the time they look for them, they believe that person may have turned around and figured out what they were doing.
Exactly what happened in this case. There was apparently a call to authorities about a wrong-way driver, but it was too late by the time authorities actually caught up with that person. And in this case, a tragedy for certain in Ozaukee County over the holiday weekend. Coming up on 6:45, we have sports next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Home practice is about to begin. Your daughter's new tap shoes? Loud. Your son's new tuba? Louder. But you got this. Just like Associated Bank's got you with $50 overdraft Greystone. So if you lose track of expenses buying some noise-canceling and sanity-saving headphones, we've got your back. You got this with $50 overdraft Greystone from Associated Bank. See associatedbank.com/checking or ask a banker for details. Member FDIC.
Vince Vitrano here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. In a moment, I'm going to tell you about a great deal, a great way to upgrade your home and pay nothing on your financing while you spread your payments out over 6 years. But first, this story. So, I've got my new patio door, and I'm out on the patio spray painting with black paint. And I had
on the patio?
Had a little bit of a scare.
You could go anywhere and do that.
Right?
And your grass can't get any paint on it?
You wouldn't want to do that. But I did have that moment of like, hang on, let's just make sure that this is really far away. Could you imagine what would have happened to me?
Wow.
I would have felt terrible, but I could just hear what are you doing?
We have this whole yard.
This whole thing. We waited so long to get the new patio door. We love it. And now this you've done. Well, here's for you. 0% interest on your financing for up to 6 years on brand new Pella windows and doors. Certain restrictions do apply. That deal ends at the end of this month. Coming up quick, May 31st. So visit PellaWI.com today.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Brewers trying to make it 2 in a row over the Red Sox tonight. That's how you start a ball game on Memorial Day.
Garrett Crochet, first pitch to Jackson Chourio. Driven left center. See you later. Jackson Chourio ignites the crowd at American Family Field with a leadoff home run in the bottom of the first, his 8th of the season. It was a no-doubter.
That made it 1-0. They would go on to win 3-2. It got a little dicey there in the 9th inning, but they held it off. As far as that home run goes,
it always sets a tone when you come out ready, and
the first hitter that you have kind of makes a statement. That was especially against a great pitcher. That kid is really, really good.
Yeah, they beat Garrett Crochet, so that's not too shabby of the Red Sox there. Same teams tonight from American Family Field. Aaron Savale on the mound for the Crew as the Brewers look to make it 2 in a row against the Boston Red Sox. 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage starts just after 6 right here on WTMJ Radio.
Former Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers asked if he would go into the Hall of Fame as a Packer.
There's a lot of love from me and how I feel about the team. If I do or if I don't think it should make a difference. I'm not sure yet. If they approached me about it, I probably would.
If they approached me. So I guess he's waiting for that call. Now, you don't go into the Hall of Fame for the NFL as a member of a team or whatever, but you could retire as a Packer. That would be out there. And he was asked about that by a fan during a live recording of the YNK podcast with Mike Studd. It's like
what podcast?
Exactly. And here's the thing. He said, I'm too busy right now. I have folks close to me who are going through some health issues, sure. And that's where my attention is right now. And therefore, I can't say whether or not I'm going to report for work in the National Football League next year with this team or that team because I'm so consumed with all this. But he sat up there for an hour and a half with Mike Studd answering questions from fans. We're available for that psychologically. Whatever. Rodgers did not commit to playing this season. Widely believed he is ultimately going to sign with the Steelers.
Happening today.
Meanwhile, actual football news. Packers begin OTAs today. 3 practices this week, 3 next week of organized team activities. And a huge week upon us in Washington County, site of the 2017 U.S. Open in golf. The U.S. Women's Open is there this week. The stars of the game will be here. One of them will surely be the golf course. Erin Hills.
The golf course and the architecture and the layout of the golf course is first and foremost, and I think it just goes to show the quality of Erin Hills.
That is Shannon Rouillard. She's Senior Director of Championships for the USGA. I spoke with her at Erin Hills as she was again studying the golf course. She's been in and out of Wisconsin for several years. She is actually the person, who lays out which tee boxes are we playing today, where do we put the holes for each day of the tournament.
So they switched,
different day to
it's
day.
Switched every day
yes.
of the tournament.
Might be this box, might be that box, so it gives it a different look. It might give it a different distance,
no
different
wonder
angles.
The players dramatically change sometimes from day to day.
Oh, yeah. And there are a number of opportunities at Erin Hills to maybe make a par 4 reachable, perhaps, and maybe see some eagles. So a lot of different things that they can do there. Practice rounds are open to fans starting tomorrow. Tickets are available for that or any of the competition rounds, which run Thursday through Sunday. Fans 18 and under 18 are free with an adult. Text OPEN to the WTMJ Talk and Text line. That's open to 855-616-1620 to find our coverage and information on how to attend. About 10 minutes before 7 o'clock on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Why settle for just the job when you could have a career in the exciting automobile industry? The Auto Dealers Association of Metro Milwaukee new car dealer members have service, technician, sales, administrative, and management positions available now. The first word in career is car, and one of the best places to find a great career opportunity is at an Adam new car dealer.
For current great paying job opportunities, visit adam.jobs. That's ADAMM.jobs.
Perfect time to do the work right now that starts paying you back from day one. Vince Vitrano here for USA Insulation. 3 certified energy auditors are on staff. Now, one of them can visit your home, find out where you're losing the heat and AC cooling. You have a room that's always warmer than you want it or always colder in the winter, maybe a couple of spots, maybe it's upstairs or downstairs. Well, these folks will identify those spots and then they will work for you, help you qualify for rebates to make your home insulation project more affordable. A well-insulated home not only provides year-round comfort, but when your furnace or your air conditioner, they're not working so hard all the time to keep your home at that perfect temperature, guess what? They're going to last longer, too. You're saving money all over the place. You get started now. Contact Jeff and his team at USA Insulation. Tell them Vinny sent you for the proprietary injection foam insulation or any home insulation project. It's USA Insulation. That's usainsulation.net.
The 2015 Wisconsin men's hoops team gave us all a march to remember.
There will be no undefeated champion on Wisconsin with an unbelievable stretch drive to the championship game.
On June 26th, enjoy an intimate celebration with the stars of the run with Made 'em Believe. Presented by M3 Insurance. World-class expertise and individual attention. Tickets are on sale now at uwhoops2015.com. Made 'em Believe, June 26th at the Orpheum Theater in Madison.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Checking in with Debbie Lozica on the Morning Drive.
All right, starting to get a bit heavier on westbound 94 from just west of 27th Street through the Stadium Interchange to Mitchell Boulevard. Back on the brakes heading past Moreland all the way to Calhoun. Northbound on 41, backing up from Watertown Plank Road up past Capitol Drive. Southbound is heavy from just south of Good Hope Road all the way past Capitol Drive as well. I'm Debbie Lozica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Forecast sponsored by Daydream Camp Heating. Your comfort is their family's tradition. Cloudy today, slight chance for rain, a high of 67 inland. Tonight, cloudy, slight chance for a shower, a low of 50. Wednesday, cloudy with rain, a high of 63 inland. Thursday, cloudy, still a chance for showers and a high of 71 inland. Right now, it's 6:53. It's 51 degrees.
UPAF Ride for the Arts presented by Miller Lite is this weekend. It's another one of those indicators like that summer is upon you. Right? It's coming up fast. Sunday, June 1st. Joined now by friend of the program and two-time Sports Writer of the Year, Lori Nicco, fresh off a triathlon earlier this month. You going to do like the 10,000-mile ride for UPAF, Lori? Or I don't know. What is the longest distance now? It's 70-something, isn't it?
No, they've actually changed it, and I'm glad you asked. It used to be like that. You could sign up for a ride distance of 12 or 24 or 70 miles, but now it's a closed-loop course, which means you can ride around in that loop as many times as you want for 3.5, 4 hours. And I know I usually try to do about 35 miles, but I was thinking about maybe doing a little bit more. I hope you come, and I hope everybody who listens to this signs up because it's such a cool, there's no traffic. There's no cars. Nobody's going to run you over because they were texting while they were turning through an intersection and they hit none of that. You have a closed loop course of 15 miles. It's going to be awesome.
And over the Hone Bridge again, right?
Which is the best part because we only close the Hone Bridge once or twice a year, and this might be actually it. There used to be a run that would go over the Hone, but this is it. This is the only time that you get the chance to get out of your, not be in your car and go over the Hone Bridge, and it is such a beautiful view up there. It's really fun to bike it. It looks a little intimidating, but it's really it's a gradual incline, if that makes sense,
No, I was going to ask you how tough that climb is because it looks good on the way down.
It's so fun, and it really is easy. You can put it in a lower gear. You can take your time. You can charge it if you want to, but it looks huge, but it's a gradual incline. I promise you can do it. And you don't need an e-bike to do it. It's a lot of fun, but you get a view up there that you just don't get to see anywhere else in the city.
And it's all for a good
that's
cause.
Special. It's such a good cause. Okay, I don't know about you guys. For years and years and years that I've done this ride, I was like, well, this supports the arts. I didn't know what it meant. Really, I'm like, I assume the Milwaukee Rep or maybe the ballet, the orchestra. It does. It supports all those things. But it supports a lot of different groups as well. And I'm going to write about that this week. It's really interesting how much it would even support regular people like you and I who are not performers. So it is a really cool, supportive event. It's only $65. You can do $35 if you just want to show up for the festival and wear the T-shirt. It's a really good cause.
Well, you mentioned, regular old folks who aren't on-stage performers, and that's who we see and that's who we go to see. But you're right. When you support through UPAF, Milwaukee Repertory Theater, for example, the costume department. And I had the blessing of having two of my three kids. Both my daughters were at different points in A Christmas Carol. And I remember going with one of my daughters for her costume fitting. And the pride those costume makers had in what they had created and how much of a role they play in that production. But those are good, regular old jobs, whether you're talking that or the tech folks. Like there are tons of regular full-time jobs that are supported through this event.
That's amazing. And then you appreciate it more. You'll appreciate the costumes. For me, as an athlete person, I really love sports and what that does for people, but I'm going to be profiling a professor at Marquette University who works in the Department of Physical Therapy and Exercise Science, and he's worked with how athletics has helped MS patients. And he took ballet classes at this cool place called DanceWorks, and that's in Milwaukee. And people think it's a modern dance company, DanceWorks. You know, they put on these cool performances, but they have classes, and they have classes for kids. They have classes for older adults over 50. They go into retirement homes. They go into schools, and it blends everything. Anybody can go to this DanceWorks facility and take a class from these amazing instructors. And Ride for the Arts supports something like this, and beyond the Milwaukee Chamber Theater, beyond the Florentine Opera, it also supports something like DanceWorks, which is really, really cool.
UPAF Ride for the Arts, presented by Miller Lite, this weekend, Sunday, June 1st. Thanks, Lori. Good to catch up.
Thank you so much. See you later.
6:57 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Harley-Davidson is looking for a new CEO as Jochen Zeitz retires. Dealerships like former Harley executives Mike Kennedy and Rod Copes as candidates. Former Polaris CEO Scott Wine also on the list. Manpower Group names a new president and chief strategy officer, promoting Becky Frankowitz to the position. She joined Manpower in 2017. MSA Professional Services of Baraboo climbs to the top spot among the largest engineering firms in Wisconsin. Mead and Hunt ranks second. HNTB is third. I'm Rich Kirchen with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Miss any part of the show? Get the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast sent directly to you. Text Vince to the WTMJ Talk and Text line.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Yeah, when you say your Hasselus mattress showrooms are employee-free, you don't really mean it, right?
Of course we mean it. No employees. Give the mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy.
Why no employees?
To save you money.
How much money?
Well, others sell a Beauty Sleep by Beauty Rest Elm Cove B Queen for $16.59, but the everyday Hasselus price is just $8.42.
Whoa, Nelly.
We also have way low pricing on our selection of Sealy Posturepedic and more.
Well, that's pretty good.
And through Monday, purchase a select Beauty Rest or Sealy Posturepedic mattress in any size and receive a free adjustable base.
That's exceptionally good.
Plus, free next day delivery, removal and setup of your new mattress, and free financing is available too.
All because your showrooms are employee-free?
Yes, sir.
I like the way you do business.
Get a free adjustable base now through Monday at Hasselus Mattress. Open 9 to 9. Get all the details and find the self-service employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
It's time for unbeatable Memorial Day savings at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Right now, find great deals on supplies to kick off summer your way. Like 20% off assorted fishing rod and reel combos. Get a free $15 gift card when you spend $75 on Purina Pro Plan pet food. Plus, rewards members get free same-day delivery on all pet supply orders of $49 or more when you order by noon. Find the value you need to start your summer your way. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
The Brewers are coming. The Brewers are coming. Too late. They're already here.
Bye-bye baseball! A two-homer day for number 22.
Our Brewers Red Sox game day coverage starts tonight at 6:05. We are the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
7 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It is Tuesday, May 27th, our top story. A huge murder trial starts today in Milwaukee.
I'm Erik Bilstad, potentially done negotiating.
I'm Debbie Laziga. Slowdowns on southbound 41 from Appleton Avenue down past Capitol Drive, northbound just north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up to Burleigh. Northbound 43 also slowing down from North Avenue up towards Keith. And the westbound side of 94 slowing down from about 27th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower today. High 61 Lakeside, 67 your high temp inland. Mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower still tonight, low down to 50. Right now at 51. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a huge murder case heading to trial today in Milwaukee.
The trial of Maxwell Anderson is set to begin Tuesday in Milwaukee. He's accused of killing 19-year-old Sade Robinson back in April of last year. Police say the two were seen together on a date just hours before Robinson was reported missing. Her burned car was found shortly after, and over the following days, her dismembered remains were discovered in multiple locations across southeast Wisconsin and even northern Illinois. Anderson faces several charges, including homicide and mutilating a corpse. He has pleaded not guilty. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
2 people are dead, 2 others seriously hurt after a wrong-way crash on the interstate in Ozaukee County. It happened early Monday morning near County Highway H in the town of Port Washington on I-43. So the crash on I-43 right near Port Washington. Authorities say a man from Milwaukee driving the wrong way when he hit another vehicle. The other car was driven by a 51-year-old woman, and a 56-year-old man was sitting next to her. Both were killed. There's also a passenger who was seriously injured. The wrong-way driver said to be in critical condition this morning.
Police in Liverpool, England, still trying to determine the cause of yesterday's ramming incident. 50 people hurt.
Celebration turned to tragedy and trauma in a heartbeat after a van plowed into crowds attending the Liverpool soccer team's Premier League victory parade. Police quick to report this.
The 53-year-old white British man from the Liverpool area was arrested.
Begging Brits not to spread the kind of misinformation that sparked racist riots here last summer after social media posts falsely identified the killer of 3 young girls in the city of Southport as an immigrant. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
Only 2 of the 10 inmates who escaped from a New Orleans jail earlier this month remain at large this morning. There are 2 left. One of the fugitives arrested without incident in Baton Rouge on Monday, while 2 more were recaptured in Texas.
Another prison escape, this time in Arkansas. ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
A former law enforcement officer serving decades behind bars has escaped from a high-security prison. Grant Hardin once served as a police chief in a small town nearby. He admitted in 2016 to killing a town water department employee. DNA later linked Hardin to a separate rape case. Authorities say the 56-year-old was seen disguising himself in a law enforcement uniform Sunday, slipping past prison security, pushing a cart.
They'll say Hardin was only gone for about 20 minutes before an officer noticed that he was missing.
President Trump is potentially done negotiating with Russian President Vladimir Putin. It comes as Ukraine warns of a summer offensive. News Nation's Robert Sherman.
The Kremlin downplaying some of the rhetoric, calling it emotional overload here. But the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, also telling reporters and the public that he's leaving the door open for retaliatory measures of their own against the United States and the West as a whole. That includes looking into tech companies that are operating in Russia and, quote unquote, strangling them if necessary in the cases in which they would not be operating in Russia's interests and are instead operating in Russia to the benefit of the West.
Russia carried out what Kyiv is calling the largest drone attack yet of the war, sending over 350 drones.
Coming up, if you need to be rescued at sea, this is one way to do it in style. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:05.
This report is brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. Visit sidingunlimited.com.
If you haven't called Siding Unlimited for new windows, what are you waiting for? This is Erik Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, and I want to share with you a couple stories. Recently, Siding Unlimited installed new windows in a home, and the homeowner loved the experience. Linda W. said, "I was extremely satisfied with the service that was provided by Siding Unlimited. I had a new roof and new windows installed in my house. Linda loved that she chose the right company for peace of mind. Loved her windows were warmer and her roof didn't leak. Also loved the colors. Larry, another Siding Unlimited customer, was thrilled with the experience. Larry's home looks brand new. Go to our Siding Unlimited Instagram page and see our pinned message to listen to Larry's testimonial, but also see his house. Again, Siding Unlimited, knocking it out of the park. Looking for new windows, siding, roofing, and doors? Visit the 5-time Pella Platinum Premier National Window Contractor of the Year winner at sidingunlimited.com. Definitely listen to Larry on Instagram at Siding Unlimited LLC.
If you're enrolled in the State of Wisconsin Pension Program, you've recently received your annual statement and may have questions. The Annex Wealth Management Planning Team is hosting a webinar that will discuss options and Go through case studies that might help you get a better understanding of how your WRS pension can help you reach your retirement goals. Join members of the Annex team for Understand Your WRS Pension Potential, Thursday, May 22nd at 3 p.m. That's this Thursday at 3. Register at events.annexwealth.com today.
Hi, I'm Rose Gray with Fox World Travel, and I'm excited to share that our exclusive guided Alaska land and sea journeys are now available for 2026. We partner with Holland America Line to curate the best and most sought-after experiences to Alaska. We send hundreds of travelers from Wisconsin to Alaska every year, along with experienced Fox tour managers for peace of mind. Don't just picture Alaska, live it. We have limited spots, and these tours are booking fast. Visit Fox World Travel online or call 866 Go Fox Go.
Bikers need protection, not just from other drivers, but unfortunately from insurance companies too. We've been fighting for injured bikers and their families for more than 30 years. Call Gruber Law Offices today. One call, that's all.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:07.
Would Aaron Rodgers retire as a Green Bay Packer? We will hear from Aaron Rodgers in sports at 7:15.
British researchers say where on your body you're likeliest to develop skin cancer depends on your gender.
An analysis by Cancer Research UK found 4 in 10 melanomas in men are found on the torso, including the back, chest, and stomach. But more than a third of women develop skin cancer on their lower limbs, from the hips to the feet. Logical, really, since men are likelier than women to be out in the sun shirtless, while women tend to wear shorts or skirts as the weather gets warmer. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
For the first time ever, Border Patrol canines being trained to detect fentanyl. News Nation's Allie Bradley.
So they will not only be looking for meth, heroin, cocaine, marijuana, but now you can add fentanyl to their list as well. That's something that they're going to be out interdicting. They currently have 62 dogs going through the fentanyl training. When it comes to these Border Patrol canines, they're doubling their workforce when compared to 2016 to 2020. So yeah, an important addition to Border Patrol.
A couple who were stranded at sea are talking about the moment a cruise ship came to their rescue. Dustin Leonard and Helena Francek set out to travel the globe on their catamaran with 2 crew members and 3 dogs, but a violent storm damaged the boat, leaving them stranded in the South Pacific. So about 100 miles away, Captain Eduardo Ferron of the Carnival Splendor learned about the crew in distress, and he went to help. Here's Captain Ferron.
It's almost 120,000 pounds. And approaching with such a huge vessel on a small catamaran, it's really something that you need to do it carefully.
It is currently unclear if the distressed vessel is fit to continue to sail or where it is currently located.
Yeah, but everybody's on board the cruise ship, so that's okay.
That's a better place to be.
It's a better place to be, no doubt. 7:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Healthy joints, healthy lifestyle. Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Arthritis, injuries, wear and tear, common joint issues that keep you from doing what you love. At OAW, a visit to the doctor doesn't always mean surgery. Everyone is different. Surgeons, nurses, physical therapists work together to come up with a plan for you. Maybe it's PT, medication, injection, and if you do need surgery like I did, you know you're in the best of hands. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. Book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Celebrate summer and save big at Fleet Farm's Memorial Day Savings Event. 24 packs of our bottled water are now only $2.99. Online Liquid Pool Shark 4-packs are $14.99. And a 32-quart Plano Frost Cooler is just $99.99. Plus, all active military and vets are invited to save an additional 10%, May 22nd through the 26th. Whatever you need, we've got the best prices guaranteed. And find even more deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com.
7:10, let's check in on the morning drive, Debbie.
Okay, northbound 43 still a little bit backed up from North Avenue up towards Keith. Southbound still clear. Southbound 41, that's a different story. Delays from just south of Appleton all the way down past Capitol Drive with the northbound side. Slowing down just north of Watertown Plank Road. Stays heavy all the way up to about Capitol Drive. Other than that, we've actually got a pretty good ride right now. No other major incidents up on the board. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Areas of clouds build back in for today. High temperatures in the lower 60s by the lake, mid to upper 60s inland. Very low chance for an isolated rain shower or sprinkle today. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Small chance for that rain shower still. Low temperatures right around 50. A better chance for some rain showers on Wednesday. Mostly cloudy skies. Highs in the 50s by the lake. Some lower 60s inland. Thursday, mostly cloudy, small chance for a rain shower. Temperatures in the mid-60s by the lake, lower 70s inland. But then for Friday, partly cloudy, warm and dry for most of the day. High temperatures in the mid-70s. We'll look at the chance for some late-day showers and thunderstorms. Saturday, mostly sunny. High temperatures in the upper 60s by the lake, mid-70s inland. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore. The Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 55 degrees.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
This Tuesday morning, the market's poised to soar once again on this up and down roller coaster ride since President Trump took office.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
News from President Trump that he is delaying the implementation of tariffs on the European Union after talking with Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission.
That was the date she requested. Could we move it from June 1st to July 9th? And I agreed to do that. And that she said we will rapidly get together and see if we can work something out.
So the opening bell on Wall Street a little more than an hour away. Futures, though, are running way up. Dow Jones futures up 1.3%. S&P 500 up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 1.5% on the futures. So we'll find out once the markets launch. Here's the thing. You pointed this out. It's not a deal, actually.
There's no deal being announced.
It is the prospect of a deal. ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
I mentioned that 90-day deadline. Well, we're about halfway through that, and we haven't really seen many deals made. There's this framework deal with the UK that we've reached that's very light on details. The president has claimed we're close to deals with a whole bunch of other countries, but all of that remains to be seen.
Yeah, so that can at least kick down the road. Progress likely sending the market sharply up on the opening bell this morning. But ultimately, you'll have to, instead of keeping pushing these deadlines, get the deals.
Eventually, yeah, yes. You got to put pen to paper, right?
Other international news, had it in the top of the hour here. The president spoke on continued attacks on Ukraine by Russia, lashing out at Russian President Vladimir Putin. Here's Selena Wang again.
Just hours after Russia unleashed its biggest bombardment of Ukraine since the start of the war.
I'm not happy with
the president turning his frustration towards Vladimir Putin in a rare rebuke of the Russian leader.
He's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all.
The Kremlin pushing back, suggesting Trump's comments might be due to emotional overload.
President Zelensky of Ukraine again pleading for more economic sanctions on Russia. You've made that point before also about the president, that regardless of what you think about him, like there's no question he doesn't want to see war.
Yeah, that's not. He's never one to push for more tanks, more bloodshed, or anything like that. I mean, he has threatened Hamas, but generally he's not taking that tone or threatening American troops anywhere, sending them, I mean.
Well, the prospects for peace in Eastern Europe right now dwindling this morning. 7:14, sports up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. Dignified services with less expensive fees compared to other fine funeral homes. Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
When it comes to your career, you have an advantage. Here's how you take advantage. The LAK Group offers career coaching so you can identify and amplify your unique skill set to give your career a bump or get better in sync with your organization. From resume critiques to job offer negotiation to personal branding, career coaching from LAK will get you on the right path. You can learn more at transformingcareers.com. It's transformingcareers.com. You've heard my guy Mike Grubich here on the show from time to time. Virtually every career decision I have made in the last 10, 15 years since I've known Mike, I've called Mike first. Said, like, what is your advice on this? What's your coaching on this? LAK, discover your human advantage.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Brewers look to take the series tonight against the Boston Red Sox at American Family Field after the fireworks started early at AmFam on Memorial Day afternoon.
First pitch to Jackson Chourio. Driven left center. See you later. Jackson Chourio ignites the crowd at American Family Field.
And you know who threw out the first pitch for that? Jordan Love. No, Love threw out the first pitch before the game started. Andrew Monasterio and Erik Haas would both chip in an RBI each, so it'd be 3-1 going into the ninth when things got a bit dicey. With the score now 3-2, the bases loaded. Trevor McGill gets Connor Wong to pop up.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball, right field, playable. Sal Frelick calling for it, camping underneath of it. He squeezes it. The Brewers survive a rocky ninth inning, and they hold on to win Game 1 of this 3-game series over the Red Sox.
The bullpen got the job done, but these guys are a bit taxed. Brewers.com reporter Adam McKelvey asking Trevor McGill about his pitch count.
How was it feeling as you get up to 30 and over 30 pitches?
I threw 30 pitches today?
34, I think.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I'm getting sore tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, dude, you were out there for an hour and a half.
Right, sure.
It felt like it, didn't it, that ninth inning?
Speaking of that, so yeah, a couple of these guys been pitching a lot, so we need Aaron Savale to go 7 strong tonight. Could you do that for us, Savale, please? Brewers look to take their first 2 from the Red Sox. 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage starts at 6 right here on WTMJ Radio.
Happening today.
Green Bay Packers open OTAs today, organized team activities, 3 practices this week. So look for news out of Green Bay on how things are coming together. Meanwhile, former Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who still hasn't committed to playing anywhere this offseason, on a podcast talking about his long-term relationship with the Packers.
If I didn't do it, would that make a difference in how I'm viewed in the Packers' eyes? When I retire in 4 years, I'm going to go into the Packer Hall of Fame. May or may not get my number retired. Whether they do it or not, that's fine. But in 4 years, I'll be in the Packer Hall of Fame. I'll
if
come
they
back,
don't,
be
that's
a part of the
crazy.
Exactly. And there's a lot of love from me and how I feel about the team.
So that's from the YNK podcast, a live recording with Mike Studd. And Rodgers was taking questions from the crowd. A Packers fan asked if he'd go into the Hall of Fame as a Packer. Now, in the NFL, you don't so much go into the Hall of Fame with a team,
so
but
bust. You go in with a bust.
Right. Typically, if you want to do something like that, you quote-unquote retire as a Packer.
Right.
So Rodgers says he's open to it if the team approached him. Okay. However, that phone call has to happen. Can we have that happen whenever that is? Did not commit to playing this season anyway, so we'll see. U.S. Women's Open is on this week. Washington County, Erin Hills, the best women in the game here in Wisconsin. Fans can head out for practice rounds, and they have practice rounds today, but fans can start heading out tomorrow. Competition gets underway Thursday.
You look at the landscape of professional women's golf now, and there's so many great personalities and so many great role models, and I think that's what we're seeing here.
That's Tiffany, well, everybody calls her Tiff. Tiff Joe, former LPGA golfer. She works now for the USGA, and I caught up with her when I was out at Erin Hills earlier this month. Tickets are still available for all of the rounds. Fans under 18 are free with an adult. You can text OPEN to the WTMJ Talk and Text line. That's OPEN to 855-616-1620 to find all of our coverage and information on how to attend. 7:19, we've got your Storm Team forecast coming up next through the week. Brian Desnansky joins us live.
Want to stay up to date with the crew?
And he walked in a run. Back-to-back walks after walking McCutcheon on 4 pitches.
Tune in to Brewers Extra Innings with Dominic Cotroneo after every game.
Freddie Peralta isn't able to get past the 5th inning against the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is your guy. You can't walk 3 guys against Pittsburgh and expect your bullpen to bail you out. It's just not sustainable.
Or listen anytime on the Brewers All Access podcast feed. We are your home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
Hey, let's try this. Don't wait until we hit that first really hot stretch of weather to fire up that AC for the first time, only to discover your unit did not make it well through the winter. Vince Vitrano here for Urban Heating and Cooling. I had Ryan out to the house a week or 2 ago, and so glad we did because he was able to give me the air conditioner tune-up, the AC tune-up, before we fired that thing up. He made some adjustments, tweaked some things, and we expect our home to be perfectly cooled, and I have confidence going through the summer cooling season. So Ryan and his wife, Ellie, they run this business. They're based in Franklin. They serve all of southeast Wisconsin. And I trust them in our family's home because they know they are serving their friends and their neighbors. It's quality work and honest pricing. And if you've got a big project, maybe it's time to replace that unit, Ryan has financing available for you. Let them know Vinny sent you to Urban Heating and Cooling. That's urbanheatingandcooling.com.
For over a century, local radio has evolved with the needs of the community. From politics to pop culture, we keep you informed, bringing you the most relevant news, online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
Brewers and Padres action is coming at you June 6th through the 8th. Catch an electric weekend of baseball as two of the game's youngest superstars square off. The first Friday game of June means Wisconsinites can grab half-off tickets to the Brewers series opener on the 6th, then score one of the top giveaways of the season, a Jackson Churio replica jersey presented by Chevrolet for the first 25,000 ticketed fans through the gates June 7th. Get seats at Brewers.com.
721. Debbie, what do you see on the roads?
We got delays northbound on 43 from just north of Fond du Lac Avenue all the way up to Keefe. Southbound still clear, though. Southbound 41, though, backed up from Appleton Avenue down past Capitol Drive, with the northbound side backing up from just north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up to Capitol Drive. Couple pockets of heavy traffic. Westbound 94 right past Calhoun towards Brookfield Road. And then on eastbound, we got some delays right past 76th Street and then again through the Stadium interchange. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast is brought to you by Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. On the line, Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Niz, I don't need you to go back through 50-plus years of historical data. However, just anecdotally, I feel like this Memorial Day weekend in the weather department may be eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
I mean, it was awesome. I mean, I agree. I mean, I really, really enjoyed it. But there are people, and I hear from them, that are looking for more like true summer weather. You know what I mean? Around. And we don't.
Where
and it's
do
one
you
of those
think
things
you live?
where I know. I agree. It's another one of those holidays where it can be pretty bad for us. So you take what we got this weekend. I think, just like Easter or even St. Patrick's Day, just because we've had one St. Patrick's Day in the last 20 years that was 70 degrees, everybody's hopeful that that's going to be the case again. But yeah, no, we take it. I mean, blue skies all around, temperatures in the 60s. Now, if you were close to the lake, you were stuck in the 50s, but overall, just very, very comfortable and no complaints here.
We've got the U.S. Women's Open at Erin Hills this week, and would love to have some great weather, not just for the fans, but also you want everybody from the entire world of golf to leave here with good feelings. Setting up pretty good.
It does. I think the first couple days there might be some minor rain chances. Nothing that's going to, I think, really throw a wrench in things for them. Thursday, tiny chance of a shower. Friday, there could be a storm late. But then the weekend looks good, and it does look like it gets warmer. I think out in Erin, we're looking at probably 70s for highs on most of the days, especially this weekend. So it looks awesome. Looks very, very comfortable. I mean, on the flip side, you don't want it to be 90 degrees and walking out there either. So no, it's looking very good. We'll have to keep an eye on Friday evening, maybe towards the tail end of some of the later rounds there on Friday. Some lightning and storms could come in play, but it looks like a quick chance. Doesn't look like it's like a 6-hour rain event or anything.
How is the weather trending as we head into June, Brian? Are we starting to warm up just a bit and staying there maybe?
Yeah, it looks good as far as like a warm up starting late this week into next week. I could see some 80s for us. But there's still some signatures like in the overall like upper level patterns and like long-term patterns that we kind of slip back a little bit. I could see, a couple times, but those dip backs should be less cool. You know what I mean? Like where we go from 80s to, highs in the 60s and 70s versus like 50s, or even like, a few days ago, we had highs in the 40s. I mean, that was pretty gross for May. So, so I'm seeing a turn, a kind of a turn in the page late this week. However, I don't think we're going to all of a sudden just jump into like, crazy warm, constantly warm weather. I do still see some dips.
How about rainfall, Niz? We did have that couple of days of rain pretty much. You had some pretty impressive totals. Actually, up by you in Grafton, weren't you 4+ inches? I mean, are we pretty much caught up now?
On my gauge, I had like 3.8, but there was someone who was east of the freeway weather observer who had over 4 inches, and I trust that. I mean, there were some really
You do. You
high
don't go by
streaks
dude's
up here.
house and be like, mine was 3.8. Let me see your gauge. Where do you have
Yeah,
that?
That's another thing I get. When we're posting all these rain totals. I don't know where. There's no way did Grafton get 4 inches. And then it's like, okay, but there's a chance that they did and then you didn't. You know what I mean? Like it can be that precise. So it's, it was impressive. There were some streams up here. You have the Sauk Creek that goes into Port Washington that was flowing really high. You have the Uleo up here too. So, it came down pretty good, but the ground was able to soak it up. After like a couple days, it was almost, not noticeable that we had that much rain. May's going to go down. Right now, we're on pace for it to be the coldest May since 1997. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Almost 30 years.
Yes. Yeah. I golfed in that.
I mean, those few days that we had with like 42 and rain really put a dent into our monthly average. So, and then we're still going to be a little bit below normal for the rest of the week. So I think we're going to probably hold steady on that number being the coldest since 1997.
Summer is upon us. Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Isnansky. Thanks, Nis.
Hey, buddy.
You got it, guys. Later.
News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average. Here's where we left things at the end of trading on Friday. Markets, of course, were closed on Monday for the holiday. 41,603. The NASDAQ at 18,737. And the S&P 500 at 5803. Just taking a quick peek at the futures. The market's expected to come out of the gate pretty strong today. Dow, S&P, and the NASDAQ all running more than 1% up in the futures. So we'll wait for the opening bell an hour from now. Annex Wealth Management, financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
For their accounts payable workflow, Junior Achievement of Wisconsin implemented a document management and workflow automation solution from James Imaging Systems. Junior Achievement Vice President of Enterprise Services, Lori Salzman, highlights the positive impact.
That impact has made it much more streamlined for us to handle the entire process from receiving an invoice to having it paid.
How has streamlining your accounts payable workflow benefited Junior Achievement's mission?
It has allowed us to be more on mission and strategically reach out and expand our impact to be able to reach more students.
If others are looking for workflow automation solutions to better serve their clients or customers, what's your suggestion?
If anybody is looking for a good partner that is there to help find solutions, call James Imaging.
Content management and workflow automation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
The Mr. Fix-It Show this Saturday is sponsored by Aaron's. When purchasing lawn equipment from Olson's Outdoor Power Equipment, you're well taken care of after the sale. Olson's knowledgeable staff handles the warranty and parts, can answer all of your questions, and can handle all your tune-ups and repairs. Check out the impressive line of lawnmowers on display at Olson's Outdoor Power Equipment showroom in Muskego. Stop in and say hi to Fawn, the guest this Saturday on the Fix-It Show, sponsored by Aaron's. That's Olson's Outdoor Power Equipment in Muskego, sponsored by Aaron's.
Got some backups on northbound on the Rock Freeway from Highway 100 into the Hale interchange. More delays then from about 60th Street past Loomis. The westbound side is backing up just before Loomis all the way towards 60th Street, yeah. Northbound 41 is going to be slowing from Watertown Plank Road all the way up past Capitol Drive.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. In Liverpool, England, a car plowed down a crowded street, injuring dozens of people. ABC's Ian Panel's on the scene.
The city celebrating Liverpool Football Club's historic league championship win. Hundreds of thousands of fans filling the streets, a sea of red, cheering the victorious team. Then, police say, around 6 p.m, as the parade was ending, the driver of the vehicle vehicle plowing into the crowd. People surrounding the vehicle, trying to smash the windows and get to the driver.
Police say it's not terrorism, but they have no motive at this time. A 53-year-old man is in custody. 3 more of the inmates who escaped from a New Orleans jail earlier this month were recaptured on Monday. That means only 2 prisoners are still on the loose. A former police chief in rural Arkansas is also on the loose. Grant Hardin broke out of a prison where he'd been serving time for rape and murder. 2 killed, 9 wounded in a mass shooting in Philadelphia last night. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a big murder case heading to trial today in Milwaukee.
Begin Tuesday in Milwaukee. He's accused of killing 19-year-old Sade Robinson back in April of last year. Police say the two were seen together on a date just hours before Robinson was reported missing. Her burned car was found shortly after, and over the following days, her dismembered remains were discovered in multiple locations across southeast Wisconsin and even northern Illinois. Anderson faces several charges, including homicide and mutilating a corpse. He has pleaded not guilty. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
2 people are recovering after separate shootings on Memorial Day, one of them near Teutonia and Good Hope on the northwest side, another one near 6 in Vienna. In both cases, the victims are in the hospital, no one in custody.
More turbulence at Kohl's, the company already dealing with the fallout from CEO Ashley Buchanan's firing. Now shareholders are pushing back. The editor-in-chief of the Milwaukee Business Journal, Timothy Gibbons, on WTMJ.
When the company had its annual meeting recently, 45% of shareholders came out and said that they did not approve of the company's pay structure. This is obviously in the wake of Ashley Buchanan being hired and given a very large $20.9 million payday with equity awards and signing bonuses and all of that, and then just a few months later getting fired.
The interim CEO is getting a base salary of $1.4 million as the company searches for a permanent replacement.
Breaking ground on a new local Veterans Memorial in Wauwatosa. Veterans Memorial will be built in Hart Park. Civic Celebration Committee's Mike Antic tells WTMJ.
All the military branches, we're going to have a kiosk where you can look up names of people who have been in the military. We're going to have pavers or bricks that are inscribed with veterans and friends of the military that you can buy and purchase. It's going to be a great place.
It'll be open in November.
Getting the pools ready for summer.
Milwaukee County Parks have announced the official opening dates for pools this summer. They have rescheduled the opening date for Cool Waters in Greenfield due to unprecedented cold weather. Cool Waters will open Saturday, May 31st, marking the beginning of the pool season. Shoals Aquatic Center in Lincoln Park will be open on June 7th. However, some pools will not be reopening this summer due to staffing shortages, budget, and facility maintenance issues. This includes pools at Hales Corners Park, Washington Park, as well as the Pelican Cove Aquatic Center. The park system is also offering season pass sales for the first time ever. Elizabeth Lintonen, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:34.
News is sponsored by Griffin Ford and Griffin's Hub Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin. The buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
Wherever you are in Wisconsin, there's a free and confidential Aging and Disability Resource Center, ADRC, or Tribal Partner Agency. We're here for older adults, adults with disabilities, and your families. ADRCs are a bridge to support for benefits and financial assistance, transportation, in-home care, and more. Get to know your local ADRC and connect with resources today. Call toll-free 1-844-WIS-ADRC or go to findmyadrc.org. Paid for by the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde for Excel Custom Decks. I'm the football guy, definitely not the outdoor home projects guy. So when it comes to things like deck building, Excel Custom Decks is the true go-to expert. Family owned and operated, Excel Custom Decks uses the finest materials and products and combines that with superior craftsmanship. If you want your outdoor area to shine this summer, contact Excel Custom Decks now. Whatever you dream up for that perfect deck, pergola, or outdoor kitchen, Rob and his family can build it. Excel Custom Decks, decking excellence by design. Visit excelcustomdecks.com today.
At Potawatomi, where ways to win are endless, another chance to capture epic cash and prizes comes Friday, June 27th. It's the season finale blockbuster drawings. Watch your entries from Enchanted Spins, Unreal Treasures, and Boundless Bounty come together for drawings where $300,000 in cash and prizes is there for the taking. Be there to win your share. June 27th only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 years old to play.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:36.
Boy, the bullpen running on fumes. Could need him again tonight as the Brewers try to make it 3 in a row. We got the Red Sox, and we'll talk about it in sports at 7:45. Meanwhile,
happening today.
MJ opens tonight at the Marcus Performing Arts Center. Tony Award-winning musical opens its 6-day, 8-show run in Milwaukee tonight. Man, against my better judgment, I'm going to do it.
What do you mean your better judgment? Come on.
I'll be so tired tomorrow. 7:30 show.
That's all right. That'll be a good show.
It's not a short one, but super want to see it. My daughter saw it on Broadway and said it was just ridiculous amazing.
Okay.
So the synopsis, according to, because there's the music, obviously. Okay, you go to see one of these musicals that's about a musical icon, and it's like, okay, but what story are you telling?
Right.
Right? It could be anything. So according to the internets, MJ, the musical, tells the story of Michael Jackson focusing on the creation of his legendary 1992 Dangerous World Tour, also exploring his childhood, family life, and rise to fame. Jukebox format featuring over 25 of Jackson's greatest hits.
Okay.
So super looking forward to that. It runs through the weekend. 2 shows each on Saturday and Sunday as well. Very few tickets available. I was bumping around there today because I knew we were going to talk about it. And if you want to go, you can still go. But it's slim pickings.
You got to get moving.
So I would get moving on that. MJ opens tonight at the Marcus Performing Arts Center. I will report back to you. News is sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk, heard Saturdays at 10, right here on WTMJ. And this is the Broadway version, by the way. That's not it. Michael Jackson. That would be MJ.
We didn't write the headline. The Wall Street Journal did. The days of set and forget investing just ended for many Americans. Market shifts, economic uncertainty, and global unrest. It's a wake-up call. No doubt, standard financial advice is to avoid making rash decisions during market turmoil, and we're totally on board with that. But retirement planning isn't a set-it-and-forget-it process anymore. That's where Annex Wealth Management comes in. As fee-only fiduciaries, we craft personalized financial, retirement, estate, and tax plans that adapt as needed and put your goals first always. Already with another firm, but getting the feeling you're lost in the shuffle or they just can't keep up? A second opinion could be the smartest move you could make. If you're managing it yourself, we'll fill in the gaps with professional precision. You work hard to build your future. Don't leave it to chance. Put a pro on your side. Get a proactive plan from a fee-only fiduciary. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Head to annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for QC Kinetics. So the big focus in the U.S. these days is always on your health, right? So why aren't you feeling any better? You've got that pain that just keeps coming back. You're exhausted dealing with it all the time, the arthritic joint pain. So what do? Well, you should call QC Kinetics, and there are opportunities there. Different ways, not quick fixes, but revolutionary treatment that works to give your body long-term relief. And what you can do is call QC Kinetics. They have a location in Greenfield, got another one in Mequon, and you can sit down with Dr. Justine Benin and learn about the process and figure out if you're a good candidate for this. And I would encourage you to do so. I've met with Dr. Benin. She's great, and she can easily walk you through it and make it understandable. It's not intimidating or overwhelming. And 70% of the people who do that actually sit down with her are getting treatment later that day. Something to consider. 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics. Get your life back today.
At Blaine's Farm and Fleet, we've been family-owned for 70 years, helping Midwest farms and families make the most of their money. So you can trust we'll always have the supplies you need at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like Lincoln Baler twine, buy one, get one half off for rewards members. Herculiner brush-on truck bed liner kits, only $74.99. And all better-built liquid transfer tanks, 15% off. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Being original.
Debbie, what's happening on the drive?
Well, we got our delays on eastbound 94 now kicking in from 92nd Street all the way through the Stadium interchange to 35th. Westbound, heavy from 27th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Northbound 43, you got some backups from before Fond du Lac Avenue all the way to Keefe. Southbound starting to slow down before Hampton all the way down past Locust. And then we've also got northbound 41 backing up from Watertown Plank Road up past North Avenue, back on the brakes from Burleigh past Capitol. Southbound's backing up from just south of Good Hope Road down past Capitol Drive as well. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Areas of clouds build back in for today. High temperatures in the lower 60s by the lake, mid to upper 60s inland. Very low chance for an isolated rain shower or sprinkle today. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Small chance for that rain shower still. Low temperatures right around 50. A better chance for some rain showers on Wednesday. Mostly cloudy skies. Highs in the 50s by the lake. Some lower 60s inland. Thursday, mostly cloudy, small chance for a rain shower, temperatures in the mid-60s by the lake, lower 70s inland. Then for Friday, partly cloudy, warm and dry for most of the day, high temperatures in the mid-70s. We'll look at the chance for some late-day showers and thunderstorms. Saturday, mostly sunny, high temperatures in the upper 60s by the lake, mid-70s inland. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee temp at 55 degrees.
Got lost in the music.
Sorry, Mr. Rose there. I didn't mean to step on you as you were going. But
sorry about that.
Oh.
Hey, changing gears here quickly before we have sports here in 2 minutes, but something is happening today that is going to be the talk of the judicial system across the country.
Happening today.
It's also a big case here locally as well, of course. Maxwell Anderson heads to trial today. Anderson is the man accused of killing and dismembering Sade Robinson. She was the 19-year-old MATC student. The two were said to be on a date back in April of 2024 when this allegedly happened. What makes this case even more gruesome is that remains of her body were found in several places after the fact, including a leg in Warnemont Park in Cudahy, an arm in Waukegan, Illinois, just south of the border that had washed up in the lake from Lake Michigan. Her car was burned out. There's remains found up there, too. And there's a lot of talk that this is Maxwell Anderson. He's the guy that did this. They have different cell phone tracking locations that would indicate he was in the same place with her in these different spots of the city that night. But they have no murder weapon. They don't really have a motive. So what led to this murder, and can they get a conviction? They'll start with jury selection starting today. Now, what are the challenges that prosecutions are going to face? We're going to get into that after the 8 o'clock news. Some of the challenges that you could expect the prosecution have to get through in order to convince the jury of a verdict. What's the defense going to go after to try to protect Maxwell Anderson? The trial itself shouldn't take very long. Once they get the jury, they're hoping to get going as soon as early tomorrow morning, and it'd be a 2-week trial, they would assume.
So we're going to talk with former district attorney in Waukesha County, Paul Bucher, coming up just after 8 o'clock. I'm also interested in, this will be the first big case with Kent Lovern, who is the new district attorney. He is not prosecuting the case personally, but it'll be a big one for his office.
Yep.
So that's another thing to talk with Bucher about. We do that just after 8 o'clock this morning on Wisconsin's Morning News.
If you've ever worried about your heart, if you've ever loved someone with heart disease, if you've ever wondered if you're the one at risk, let's remind ourselves that we are not powerless. Because at the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, we're pushing to outsmart heart and vascular disease by working with you personally to understand your history, assess your risks, and guide you to heart strength. By digging deep with tireless research and offering access to leading-edge clinical trials. And for the most serious conditions, including heart failure, heart valve disease, arrhythmias, and vascular diseases, we provide renowned expertise and the most advanced life-saving procedures you expect from academic medicine. So let's get out in front of heart disease. Let's outsmart it. Let's keep pushing so that every one of us can outrun it and embrace every beautiful day life in Wisconsin has to offer. To learn more about our nationally renowned heart and vascular care, visit freighter.com/heart.
This is a load off my mind, and they did an amazing job. Vince Vitrano here for Landworks, Wisconsin. I get anxious about this every spring. Always got to refresh the mulch, right? Got to get that down. The flower beds look terrible. So do I order a delivery and have them drop it in the driveway? But then how much do I order? And then where do I park the cars while that pile's sitting in the drive? And when am I going to be able to get to it? And what if it rains? And you kind of see where I'm going with this? So I had Joe out to the house from Landworks and showed him around, showed him where we need the mulch, talked about colors, and done. Came home a couple of weeks ago. It was done. Landworks, Wisconsin had come and gone. The flower beds are summer patio ready. We got to do the fun stuff, planted some annuals and some other things over the weekend, and it looks great. It is set to go. Leave it to the pros. Take it off your plate. Looks amazing. Tell them Vinny sent you to Landworks. That's landworkswisconsin.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
You know what helps when you're playing baseball? Hitting a home run there in the first at bat. Maybe even the first pitch.
Erik Crochet, first pitch to Jackson Chourio. Driven left center. See you later. Jackson Chourio ignites the crowd at American Family Field with a leadoff home run in the bottom of the first, his 8th of the season. It was a no-doubter.
That made it 1-0, just like that. Andrew Monasterio and Eric Haas would both chip in RBI. They would be up 3-1, made it a little dicey in the ninth, but the Brewers go on to win the game over the Red Sox 3-2. As for that home run, though, right out of the gate, what's Murph think about that?
It always sets a tone when you come out ready, and the first hitter that you have kind of makes a statement. That was especially against a great pitcher. That kid is really, really good.
Yeah, Garrett Crochet is their ace over there, so to do it off of him, how about that?
Did he swing at the first pitch again?
Yeah, he did. Well, so I guess he's okay with it now.
That's fine then. We like that. That's good.
The skipper will join us, by the way, for Brewers 360 1 hour from now. Same team tonight right here on WTMJ Radio.
Former Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers asked if he's going to go into the Hall of Fame as a Packer.
There's a lot of love from me and how I feel about the team. If I do or if I don't think it should make a difference. I'm not sure yet. If they approached me about it, I probably would.
If they approached me, if you want to read between the lines. Rodgers was asked that question by a fan during a live recording of the YNK podcast with Mike Stud. Now, you don't go into the Hall of Fame actually with this team or that team in the NFL. It's
you go in as a player.
Right. However, many players will sign a one-year deal with the team.
Or a one-day deal.
One-day deal with the team with which they most identify. So he says basically be open to, quote-unquote, retiring as a Packer.
And he was asked about this.
Yes.
It wasn't something that he was like
just openly musing on.
Right,
correct. Right. Widely believed he is ultimately going to sign with the Steelers.
Happening today.
Meanwhile, actual football news. Packers will begin OTAs today. 3 practices this week, 3 next week, organized team activities. And a huge week in Washington County. Site of the 2017 U.S. Open in golf, the U.S. Women's Open is there this week. Stars of the game will be here. One of the stars will surely be the golf course itself, Erin Hills.
The golf course and the architecture and the layout of the golf course is first and foremost, and I think it just goes to show the quality of Erin Hills.
That is Shannon Rouliard. She's Senior Director of Championships for the USGA. She's been in Wisconsin a lot over the last several years. I spoke with her at Erin Hills earlier this month. She's been studying the golf course because she is actually the person who lays out how the course is going to play. So which tee box are we using on Thursday? Which one are we using on Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Where are the holes? Is one tucked back in here? Does one go there? And that can change the distance for the holes. It can change the angles. I mean, it changes everything. So it's never the same golf course from day to day through the competition. Fascinating job. Like, where do you even start?
Never realized that was a thing.
Yeah, that's and a huge
so no
part
wonder
of
these
it.
players are good one day and bad the
Maybe
next.
that's it. Practice rounds are open to fans starting tomorrow. The tickets are still available for that or any of the competition rounds, which run Thursday through Sunday. Fans under 18 are free with an adult. You can text OPEN to the WTMJ Talk and text line. That's OPEN to 855-616-1620 to find our coverage and information on how to attend. Mark Tauscher up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. And there is no better time to upgrade your windows and doors than right now, because Pella is offering up to 6 years of 0% financing. Set up your free in-home consultation. You commit to nothing at this point. They'll listen to your vision and suggest the Pella materials and customizations to make it a reality. Get 0% financing for up to 6 years. Certain restrictions do apply, and this deal ends May 31st, 2025. So visit PellaWI.com today.
It's Debbie Lazaga, and I'm so excited because Kohler Services just transformed my old bathtub into a beautiful new Luxstone shower. Kohler Services made it so easy. They came to my home and helped me design my custom shower, and they hauled away my old tub. Stephen, Luke, and Will were focused and professional installers. I recommend them to anyone. You can request your free quote for a custom Kohler Luxstone shower by visiting KohlerServicesWI.com. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Want to stay up to date with the crew?
And he walked in a run. Back-to-back walks after walking McCutcheon on 4 pitches.
Tune in to Brewers Extra Innings with Dominic Cotroneo after every game.
Freddie Peralta isn't able to get past the 5th inning against the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is your guy. You can't walk 3 guys against Pittsburgh and expect your bullpen to bail you out. It's just not sustainable.
Or listen anytime on the Brewers All Access podcast feed. We are your home of the Brewers. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Checking in with Debbie here at 7:52.
All right. Got some backups northbound on 4394 coming out of the Mitchell Interchange around the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. More delays north of the Marquette all the way up to Keefe. Southbound, you're looking at delays from Silver Spring pretty much all the way down past Burleigh. Westbound 94's got some backups from 16th Street all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. Back on the brakes just west of Highway 100 to the county line. Eastbound's backed up a bit from just before 84th Street through the Stadium Interchange. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your forecast sponsored by Dave Drakamp Heating. Mostly cloudy, slight chance for rain today. A high of 67 inland. Tonight, cloudy, slight chance for a shower, a low of 50. For Wednesday, cloudy with rain possible, a high of 63. Right now in Milwaukee, 52.
Idea Man.
I think what you're going to end up seeing is they're going to have an international week.
Innovator.
I think you're going to see a sister cities concept where Green Bay ends up with a team in Germany that is going to embrace the Green Bay Packers, and that team will host one of those games.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
Oh, I love that idea. Amerikanische Fußball auf Deutschland. Ja, die Deutschland Packers.
Das ist gut. Das ist sehr gut.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and Kohler Services.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News, sponsored by Kohler Services and Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. I do want to get to OTAs here in a moment, Tausch, but I want to run a pickleball scenario by you quickly as you are wont to play the game. So I'm playing yesterday at Pickleball Kingdom here locally, so it's a big facility, much like your place up there in Madison, similar kind of deal, right? And we had our own group on a couple of courts, but we had too many guys, so somebody was always sitting out or whatever. So it is common in the pickleball community to do what we call open play, which is you can show up there yourself and just be like, hey, next up, come in.
Oh, so and I'm welcomed into the...
You are generally, wouldn't you say, Tausch? It's a very friendly community. Generally, you're welcoming folks in.
I think there is, as long as you know it's open.
Okay,
if you are going, and we've had this come up, where if you go and it is a 4-5 or a 4-0, and you're playing with, especially if it's just you and 3 buddies, and you reserve a court,
right?
You're going to play. And if Erik just walks up and says, hey, guys, I'd like to jump in, and I'd like to play. Oh, by the way, you got a paddle for me?
Right. Our sandals
you're
okay?
going to
just
be...
wear my flip-flops.
So there's so many times where it's open play for everybody. And the thing I've learned, as long as it is, if that is what it is structured for, everybody is welcoming. It's when you have games and you have beginners, some people aren't real interested in sitting there saying, well, Erik, you have to stay out of the kitchen here. You got to let the ball bounce there before you play. And so, yes, I think pickleball is something everybody can play. And an athlete of Erik's stature, once he plays it once or twice, he will pick it up. And once you pick it up, you're going to be good to go. But I'll be curious how this scenario played out, because I'm guessing if you brought it to air, it didn't just say, oh, jump in and play and everything went smoothly. That typically doesn't make that wouldn't make it.
It's amazing you laid it out exactly like that, Tausch, because in this story, in our story this morning, I was the player, the extra player. However, the caveat is I was invited. So I'm standing there waiting to get back in with my group, and someone approached me, and she said, hey, would you jump in with us? We just had a guy leave. If you're interested, come jump in. So I had seen out of the corner of my eye these folks on these couple other courts near us, and I'm like, that is not my league. These folks are way better than me. Like, I don't know. I've not been rated, Tausch, but if I'm a 3-5, they were 4-5. Okay, so they're like, they're really good at pickleball. I can hang in. You've played with me. Okay, I can hit the ball, but the nuances of like pro style pickleball elude me.
So you said yes, though, right?
So yeah, sure, I'll stand. I'll stand in. But I knew who I was. These two guys we ended up playing didn't seem real happy I was there. As if, much like the scenario you drew up, I just wandered upon. Hello, fellows. I would like to sub in here.
Yeah, it's so the part of this is nobody wants to be that guy,
right?
That stinks, and you kind of ruin the game for everybody else. So it is just like, I think golf does a great job with this, where you handicap it, and it's, I'm getting 2 strokes, I'm getting a stroke. You can't really do that in pickleball. You have to play with people that are at least in the ballpark level-wise, because it ends up not being a great experience for anybody, and really you, for sure, if you're playing with a group that's that much better. So that's why that you try and find groups that you play with, and that's why it's not always open play. So I understand it, and I think the nice part is, if you had asked those guys, said, hey, man, I'm going to go play over here, they'd be like, yeah, go ahead, Vinny. That might be in your best interest and in our best interest.
Right. My whole thing was, I was invited. They asked me. I did fine. Hey, OTAs real quick, Tausch. What happens this week? I feel like OTAs is a relatively new invention. What are they?
No, they've been around for a while.
Can they hit? Or can
in
they
essence,
do stuff?
what
What's
you're
happening?
trying to do, what you're trying to do from the coach's standpoint is you're trying to install and get all of your young players so that it's as even of a playing field competition-wise when you get to training camp. You want to get this is much more focused on young players understanding the system, and then the old guys get back into it, get your football, your football stuff and your football conditioning back into play. But this is, let's get everybody dialed up so that when training camp comes, we're not going to have mental errors. It's going to be full tilt. Let's roll. Let's get this thing going. It's kind of, I think, for players, you've been up there in Green Bay now since the draft. You're working out. You get your first real look at how the rookies fit in, how this whole 90-piece puzzle with 90 players, how you're going to go, and you can make some ripples and potentially earn more opportunities to get more reps in training camp if you show coaches, hey, I'm coming prepared. I know what I'm doing when I get out on the field. And when the pads come on, you have earned yourself opportunities to show that you belong on this football team.
Thanks, my friend. Talk tomorrow.
See you, buddy.
You bet, guys.
Catch the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast on WTMJ.com.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Harley-Davidson is looking for a new CEO as Jochen Zeitz retires. Dealerships like former Harley executives Mike Kennedy and Rod Copes as candidates. Former Polaris CEO Scott Wine also on the list. Manpower Group names a new president and chief strategy officer, promoting Becky Frankowitz to the position. She joined Manpower in 2017. MSA Professional Services of Baraboo climbs to the top spot among the largest engineering firms in Wisconsin. Mead & Hunt ranks second. HNTB is third. I'm Rich Kirchen with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
If you're going to put some of your hard-earned profits into advertising, you better do it right. Because we know you don't want to waste a dime. If you want ad success, it's not just knowing what to say, it's knowing how to say it. Telling isn't selling, and a message that doesn't sell will waste your money. With thousands of ads of experience, we know what to say and how to say it to get you better results. Go to Anderson-Smith.com's Our Work page to listen and see why we're the guys smart advertisers call to make their ad dollars work harder. We found that whatever kind of ad you decide to run, if it doesn't sell, it's a bad ad. One thing we're pretty good at is digging deep to find what truly sets our clients apart from their competition. And we're always surprised at what we find and have often asked, well, why haven't you been telling the public that? There are things about your business that you aren't telling enough people, and certainly not often enough. We'll fix that. Go to Anderson-Smith.com and hit the Contact Us button, because we help small business advertisers get better results.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Olson's Outdoor Power Equipment and Outdoor Living Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Get started with your no-hassle refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com.
The Brewers are coming. The Brewers are coming. Too late. They're already here.
Bye-bye baseball! A two-homer day for number 22.
Our Brewers Red Sox game day coverage starts tonight at 6:05. We are the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
After 8 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Tuesday, May 27th, our top story. A high-profile murder trial begins this morning in Milwaukee.
I'm Erik Bilstad. It wasn't terrorism in Liverpool.
I'm Debbie Lozga. Got an accident on the ramp from southbound 175 to 94. Now, they've got two accidents, one on the ramp to the east and one on the ramp to the west. So just be extra careful. It's going to be slow through that area. Westbound 94 backed up from about 30th Street all the way through the Stadium Interchange to Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound's got some backups from 92nd Street past 76th Street all the way to the 35th Street area. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 67 degrees, a little bit cooler near the lake under mostly cloudy skies today with a slight chance of a shower, mostly cloudy overnight. Still a slight chance of a shower overnight and a low down to 50 right now at 55. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, high-profile murder case heading to trial this morning in Milwaukee.
The trial of Maxwell Anderson is set to begin Tuesday in Milwaukee. He's accused of killing 19-year-old Sade Robinson back in April of last year. Police say the two were seen together on a date just hours before Robinson was reported missing. Her burned car was found shortly after, and over the following days, her dismembered remains were discovered in multiple locations across southeast Wisconsin and even northern Illinois. Anderson faces several charges, including homicide and mutilating a corpse. He has pleaded not guilty. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Accidental gunfire in Fond du Lac. Police responding to a home Sunday night near Central and Morris after a neighbor reported hearing a loud noise and then a window shattering in their home. Well, police used a drone to ensure safety in that area before a man nearby admitted to police that he accidentally fired off a rifle inside his house. Nobody was hurt. Charges are pending.
Police in Liverpool now reporting a vehicle that plowed into the crowd was not an act of terrorism. You had hundreds of thousands of people at a victory parade for Liverpool's soccer premier team. They won the championship, and a man then hit several people with his van. 53-year-old driver arrested. Police have not said why he drove into the crowd. First responders, you're going to hear from one of them. Nick Searley described the chaotic scene.
On arrival, the crews were met with numerous injured people and 4 persons trapped under a vehicle. Our crews rapidly lifted the vehicle, removed 3 adults and 1 child from beneath, and passed them to our ambulance service colleagues.
They're saying it was nearly 50 people hurt, 2 considered to be a serious condition, 1 child and 1 adult.
A former police chief convicted of murder and rape remains at large this morning after escaping from a prison in north central Arkansas.
Inmate number 168541 used a fake guard's uniform he apparently created himself to slip out of the maximum security prison where he's been held since 2017. Today,
we feel confident that he
is still within this area.
Rand Champion of the Arkansas Department of Corrections says bad weather has hampered the search for Grant Harden.
Drones are limited, helicopters are limited. It can throw off the scent, from the dogs and the trackers.
Officials assume that Harden has gotten his hands on a weapon. They consider him very dangerous. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
3 more of the 10 escaped inmates from a New Orleans jail have now been rearrested. Authorities reporting 3 of the men arrested in Baton Rouge by local police, 2 others arrested in Walker County, Texas. Still 2 more out there.
A boat exploded in a Fort Lauderdale yacht club yesterday, sending 11 people to the hospital, including children. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez reports.
Antonio Rivera said he was on the boat with his wife and 2 sons when he was burned in the blast.
We tried to fuel up the boat, and must have been a gas leak, and the spark went off and explosion. They'll be okay. There's nothing permanent. Okay. But they did get burned, 3rd-degree burns.
Right now, multiple agencies are looking into exactly what caused the blast.
Witnesses also reported seeing multiple passengers jump off the boat to flee the fire.
Coming up, winning big at the American Music Awards. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:06.
Hey, John Mercure here for Colders. Check this out, Milwaukee. Colders is extending their incredible Memorial Day sale for 1 more week. If you missed out over Memorial Day weekend, now's your chance to shop their guaranteed best deals store-wide. Save big on furniture, appliances, and mattresses only for a limited time at Colders. This is the big sale. And while you're there, check out Flanner's Home Entertainment, located inside Colders showrooms in Grafton and West Allis. Flanner's, your destination for high-quality electronics. And right now, shop a special sale on audio components. Check out the speakers, receivers, amplifiers, and more. Get sound advice at the best price. Colders, I've shopped there recently in Delafield and West Allis. It's your one-stop shop for everything you need for your home. Furniture, appliances, mattresses, high-quality electronics. I just bought a sectional and a bedroom set. You can upgrade your living room all in one place. Design your dream sofa or sectional at Colders, then stop into Flanders for all the audio. It's the place I shop. It is Colders.
Hi, I'm Erik Brown, owner of Outdoor Living Unlimited. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech decking installer. We install anything decks and more. Stop by Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom and visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:07.
Plan to implement multilingual alerts during natural disasters seems to be on hold.
4 months ago, the FCC was set to implement an order to update the Federal Emergency Alert System so that the alerts were delivered in more than a dozen languages. But the Trump administration still hasn't budged on it. California Representative Nanette Diaz-Barragán sent a letter to the FCC expressing deep concern about the delay that she was told was because of the president's regulatory freeze. But Trump critics say the program is on hold because of the president's disdain for immigrants. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
King Charles is expected to throw his support behind Canada in its dispute with the president. The King's visit to Canada meant to underscore Canada's sovereignty. News Nation's Tom Dempsey.
This ongoing tension between the two sides, not only coming from that 51st state talk by President Donald Trump, but that ongoing trade war. Democratic Senators Tim Kaine and Amy Klobuchar, as well as Republican Senator Kevin Cramer and others, met with Prime Minister Carney, saying they spoke about the impact of trade between the two countries and on their respective states. Senator Cramer posting, quote, "We need to seriously evaluate the status quo and ask ourselves how to improve trade outcomes and enhance national security for both countries."
Now, President Trump is expected to visit Canada in about 2 weeks. It'll be for a summit of the world's largest economies.
One pop star took all the big prizes at the AMAs in Las Vegas. Deborah Rodriguez from CBS News.
The American Music Award goes to Billie Eilish.
Eilish cleaned up, winning all 7 prizes she was nominated for. She's touring in Europe and accepted via video.
Artist of the Year. This is so crazy.
Beyonce finally won for Best Country Album. Rod Stewart got the audience moving as he picked up the Lifetime Achievement Award. Most talked about moment. Host Jennifer Lopez locking lips with 2 of her backup dancers, a man and a woman. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
That's not a big one. American Music Awards.
AMAs.
AMAs. I don't know. Like that one snuck in. Like I saw. Wait, there was an award show?
Always seems to be one, though, right?
I guess. Billie Eilish, not even there. She won everything.
It would have been the best night ever of her career.
Yeah, right. Thanks anyway.
I'm touring.
8:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Save on the best quality furniture and mattresses during the Memorial Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture. With major discounts from our premier suppliers, you will save big bucks on top brands like Bradington Young, made in the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Bradington Young is known for its fine quality leather upholstery. Fjords brings you modern Scandinavian designed recliners and sofas, ergonomically engineered for more hip and back support. Norwalk, with American roots that go back over 100 years, specializes in making furniture just for you. Choose the piece, style, fabric, or leather you want, and in just 35 days, we'll deliver your new sofa, chair, or sectional. In stock or special orders are all sale priced. Need a little help putting it all together? At Ken Michaels Furniture, our design staff is ready to help you with your purchases. And it's free. Stop in today and save during our Memorial Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture on Capitol Drive in Brookfield, Highway 100 in Greenfield, or our downtown Mattress Factory showroom.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here. Were you out in the backyard, maybe out on the patio during the holiday weekend, and you looked at your little glass area there, the sliding door, and you're like, God, that looks bad? Or maybe you're in the front doing some yard work, and you looked up and you saw the front door, and you're like, geez, that's awful. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to clean that up. Get a new front entry door, maybe some specialty glass. Well, Tri-County Contracting got their window and door team ready to go to help you out, because Tri-County Contracting does more than just siding and more than just roofs. They also do windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's free estimates. They can price out everything separately, and they can get that project moving for you. Worry-free roofing, siding, and windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Save big money on everything when you shop at Menards. Moving? Need an extra key for your house or car? Stop by Menards for all your key duplication needs with KeyMe. KeyMe can quickly and easily copy thousands of different types of home, commercial, and car keys, even security fobs. Find the bright yellow KeyMe kiosk at Menards today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Checking in with Debbie here at 8:12 on the morning drive.
We've got a couple of accidents on the area of 175 north of the stadium interchange, north of where you connect onto 94. There's an accident on the ramp to eastbound and another one on the ramp to westbound, believe it or not. So it's really backed up there, so maybe avoid that area. Eastbound 94, you got backups from just east of 92nd Street all the way past 76th. Actually past Hawley Road. We've got the westbound side slowing down from just before 35th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Southbound 43, backups just south of Silver Spring all the way down towards Locust. Northbound is going to be slow from before Fond du Lac Avenue towards Keefe. And then 41 southbound backing up from just before Appleton Avenue all the way down past Capitol. Northbound slowing from just before Mayfair Road all the way up past Capitol Drive. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish Roof Update. Mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower today. 67 degrees here inland high, 61 lakeside. Mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower tonight, low down to 50. Right now at 55 in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
You could call it the trial of the year here locally. Maxwell Anderson heads to trial today.
Happening today.
So who is Anderson, you may be wondering? He is the man accused of killing and dismembering Sade Robinson. So this was the 19-year-old MATC student. They were out on a date, a first date back in April of 2024. A day later, her employer called her in missing, saying, hey, we haven't heard from Sade. Later, her body was found in several places. A leg was found in Warnemont Park in Cudahy, an arm a few days later after that in Waukegan, Illinois, just south of the border in Illinois. Her car was burned out on the city's north side, and they believe it was Maxwell Anderson who did it. He now faces charges. The jury selection begins this morning in Milwaukee County. Joining us now, because there's so many interesting facets to this case, we wanted to walk through it, is Paul Bucher, former Waukesha County DA, now currently attorney at law at Bucher Law Group. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You guys doing okay?
Yeah, so far so good. Wanted to ask you about this case. For this case, there's so many different questions. A, we don't really have a motive. B, we don't really have a murder weapon. And they do have evidence where Maxwell Anderson was as it pertains to where Robinson was that night. But are there any challenges that the prosecution is going to run into with this?
I think they are. I read through a lot of material, and their strongest case, or strongest charge in this case, is the arson. But the other ones are all circumstantial. They never really found, quote unquote, the smoking gun. And trying to be respectful, of course, to the family of Miss Robinson, they never quite found where all of these terrible things might have occurred. I know they had one, the blood on the wall type of a thing, that wasn't her blood. But I think they're going to have a problem. And jury selection is going to be longer than I think most people anticipate. If you've not heard of this case, you've not been living in Wisconsin for a while. So it's going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a long, arduous trial.
Talking with Paul Bucher this morning. Paul, as a former prosecutor, what's interesting to me would be your perspective on this jury's reluctance to convict when the overwhelming amount of evidence is, as you suggested, circumstantial. If I feel like, and again, this is me just anecdotally, but I feel like juries today almost need to be presented with that for sure he did it, as opposed to the preponderance of the evidence.
Absolutely, and juries always want to know the motive. Why? And I, as a prosecutor for 30 years and now in defense, you always want to know why, and sometimes you can't figure that one out. This is a very circumstantial case as it relates to the ultimate charge of murder and dismembering the body. I understand the terrible, disgusting details of it, but where did this occur and why? It was a first date for her, and his past is there's some violence there, but that's not going to come into the jury. So they always want to know why. In this day and age, they want DNA, of course. They all want, and video, and that's going to be the strongest case for the government in this matter. It's just amazing the great job the government did as far as tracking the cell phones and all of that. If you read through that, if you have a cell phone, don't think the government doesn't know where you are, because they do. And they were able to track all of that. So it's going to be a very technical case on the murder. And not so much on the arson. That seems to be, he's presumed innocent, but that seems to be a slam dunk. But the major charge is going to be really challenging. And finding jurors that are willing to keep their mind open for the defense, Attorney Cotton, is going to be a challenge to be able to do that. Everybody says that they have an open mind, but it's not like Mr. Anderson took a wrong turn and ended up in the courtroom. He's there for a reason. So I think it's going to be a longer trial than most people think.
Paul, does it matter really? And this is going to sound trite, I guess, and I don't mean it to, but it's going to sound funny, I guess, for lack of a better term. But does it matter that all of Sade Robinson was never found? Will that affect the prosecution at all, knowing that her remains were never entirely discovered?
No, I don't believe so. Again, with all due respect, body parts were found and she's deceased. I don't think it makes a difference. There are murder cases out there, Eric, that you don't have a body. And here, I understand we don't have the body, but the family has some closure. But we have, obviously, a homicide. There's no doubt about that. I was just always curious whether they could, and I'm sure MPD was scouring the entire earth to try to find out where this happened. It's hard not to talk about this in very gross terms, but this alleged case, he did something to dismember the body somewhere, and I was thinking they got to find that, and I'm sure that's what they were looking for, but they never found it.
Attorney Paul Bucher is with us this morning. He's a former district attorney in Waukesha County. Paul, let me have you put your DA's cap back on for a moment. Kent Lovern is the new district attorney in Milwaukee County. He was not the DA at the time of the murders and the arrests and the subsequent investigation. He is not personally prosecuting this case. One of his deputies is going to prosecute that. So what if any, would be his role, like if you were in that office and one of your deputies is prosecuting this case?
Well, I'd be meeting with him every morning and every afternoon, and certainly at the end. and giving him as many resources as possible. He's got, according to the media, 500 exhibits. There's dozens and dozens of witnesses. I've been in a case like that. I had 625 exhibits in one case. So you need help. And the victim witness services from the Milwaukee DA's office is outstanding, being able to work with all of that. And it's really a lot of technical stuff behind the scenes, making sure the witnesses are available when they're supposed to be. The exhibits are marked. I was just commenting that none of these individuals involved in this trial had any weekend. They're in there reviewing the exhibits and the witnesses. So I think the DA, he just monitors it. What do you need? When do you need it? I'm there for you. And just giving this prosecutor, who's talented and has had some homicides under his belt already, to give him all the resources he needs.
So, Paul, they are able to pinpoint location of both Robinson and Anderson in this case with that cell phone technology, the pinging, et cetera. Is that pretty commonplace now? Can that be used, obviously, in any trial, but will that be used more and more going forward to help kind of build a case?
Oh, absolutely. I just completed a 2 or 3 week trial of the individual in the Waukesha County Jail that hired a hitman to kill his girlfriend. And it was just amazing. Even I was amazed as to they were able to ping him they had a map, and every quarter of a mile they were able to show him approaching the house, where he went, what he did. It was just amazing. Even I was amazed. I shut my cell phone off. I just turned it off. I'm like, oh my gosh. It's amazing as to the technology that is available today to be able to determine where you, or at least where the phone is. Okay, it's not you, but where the phone is. And yeah, it's just my client had a GPS bracelet on for a short period of time, so that corroborated everything. But yeah, it's amazing. Your cell phone really gives a ton of information to the government.
And as far as defendants go, there's always talk about will they or won't they testify, and what that indicates and what that could mean. In those cases, is there any rhyme or reason to when a defendant should or should not testify?
Eric, I always tell clients I reserve the right to change my mind at any time. So,
yes.
Depending how the case goes in, you lean over to your client and say, there's no way you can testify. You just can't. They'll tear you apart. Or, conversely, their case went in terribly. And yes, you have to testify. So that's a floating issue. You need to be able to bob and weave on that and discuss it in detail with your client. In this case, way too early. Let's see how the government's case goes in. That's key to whether your client's going to testify. Also key is the personality of your clients. I've had very combative clients that I was like, you can't go on the stand. You're just going to fight. So it's really up to the defense attorney, Attorney Cotton and his team to make that decision.
Paul Bucher of the Bucher Law Group, former prosecutor. Paul, appreciate it. We hope we can bug you again about this case as it goes on.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anytime. I'd be happy to talk to you.
Thanks, Paul.
See you guys.
8:23 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Let's get an update on the drive. Debbie, what do you see?
Well, we got delays because of a couple of accidents right north of the stadium interchange. Southbound 175 on the ramp to go westbound, and then another one on the ramp to go eastbound. The one to go westbound, actually both of those ramps are closed right now because of these accidents, so I'd avoid that whole area. On eastbound 94, we got backups from 92nd Street all the way to the stadium. Northbound 43 slowing from before Fond du Lac Avenue up towards Keefe. Southbound slowing just south of Silver Spring all the way to Locust. And then on northbound 41, slowing from Watertown Plank Road all the way past Capitol Drive up to Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Why settle for just the job when you could have a career in the exciting automobile industry? The Auto Dealers Association of Metro Milwaukee new car dealer members have service, technician, sales, administrative, and management positions available now. The first word in career is car, and one of the best places to find a great career opportunity is at an Adam new car dealer.
For current great paying job opportunities, visit adam.jobs. That's ADAMM.jobs.
Ran into a guy I know the other day, and he wanted to show me his scar. Okay. It happens more often than you'd think. Let me tell you, Vince Vitrano here for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. The reason being, because my buddy knows that I work with OAW, and he wanted to tell me he got his new hip, got a hip replacement at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, and told me, hey, Dr. Holub, that's the guy, right? I'm like, yeah, that's Doc who did my knee surgery. So he did the hip replacement for my buddy. And as far as I know, he did nice work. And here's how I know. This was 5 weeks post-op, okay, and I ran into this guy at the gym, doing his workout, all of that stuff. So he's getting better all the time, happy to be working out, pain-free, and loving the results. So for you, whether it's an injury or just a long-term concern that's ailing you, these are the docs you want on your team. Visit OAW's new physical therapy center in Germantown. Walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic in Brookfield or Pewaukee, or get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
Julie Granger is the president of Junior Achievement of Wisconsin. Julie, your organization has business technology from James Imaging Systems. Yet today, please tell us about Junior Achievement's unique mission.
Junior Achievement of Wisconsin has a mission of inspiring and preparing young people for success in a global economy. We serve students anywhere from kindergarten through 12th grade, and we just started serving young adults 18 to 25.
I understand financial literacy is also an important part of your mission.
Financial literacy is critical to the long-term success of every individual so that they can plan their futures and they can live their dreams.
To help turn those dreams into reality, how can everyone get involved?
We are looking for people who are willing to donate their time, treasure, and talent to the organization.
What's the first step?
The best way to reach us is through our website, wisconsin.ja.org.
James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
The Mr. Fix-It Show this Saturday is sponsored by Aaron's. When purchasing lawn equipment from Olson's Outdoor Power Equipment, you're well taken care of after the sale. Olson's knowledgeable staff handles the warranty and parts, can answer all of your questions, and can handle all your tune-ups and repairs. Check out the impressive line of lawnmowers on display at Olson's Outdoor Power Equipment showroom in Muskego. Stop in and say hi to Fawn, the guest this Saturday on the Fix-It Show, sponsored by Aaron's. That's Olson's Outdoor Power Equipment in Muskego, sponsored by Aaron's.
Want to stay up to date with the crew?
And he walked in a run. Back-to-back walks after walking McCutcheon on 4 pitches.
Tune in to Brewers Extra Innings with Dominic Cotroneo after every game.
Freddie Peralta isn't able to get past the 5th inning against the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is your guy. You can't walk 3 guys against Pittsburgh and expect your bullpen to bail you out. It's just not sustainable.
Or listen anytime on the Brewers All Access podcast feed. We are your home of the Brewers. WTMJ.
8:27 Wisconsin's Morning News. We're at Tuesday morning, remember? And the holiday on Monday.
Interesting point that Paul Bucher, former Waukesha County DA and current defense attorney out of Waukesha County, said as we were talking about the Maxwell Anderson case. He's the man accused of killing Sade Robinson, the 19-year-old, and dismembering her body. Her leg was found at Warnemont Park. That trial starts today. And one of the interesting things that Paul said about it is, like, there's a lot that's going to happen and go through, but one of the things he thinks it'll be easier to convict in is the arson case because Sade Robinson's vehicle was burned out. And the evidence indicating that Maxwell Anderson burned that vehicle may be a little bit easier to convict on versus the homicide itself, just because there's so many things at play there.
There's video of him in the area of the scene. There's video of him getting on a bus, leaving that scene. He would have no reason to be in that area but for
why would you
that.
Why would you get convicted? Why would you burn the vehicle? Well, you clearly burned the vehicle, but you didn't kill her? Like, you know what I mean? That whole idea of, like, how could one thing be and not the other?
So that's really interesting. But again, this isn't Law and Order. It's not TV.
Right.
So you've got to look at what is the legal threshold of a conviction. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And would a jury be willing to connect those dots without more evidence connecting Maxwell Anderson directly to the murder? Yes, a person sits back here and says, well, why would this guy randomly burn the car of some poor young woman who was just recently murdered if he weren't the one who murdered her, right? But legally, do you reach that as a separate charge, that threshold of beyond a reasonable doubt? And people, you're talking about everyday folks, right? Jury of your peers. I told you the story before. I'll tell it again. We were covering a trial, a bunch of us up in Ozaukee County, I think it was. And a number of us who would cover the trial day in and day out, they get to the thing and the jury is deliberating. We're just talking amongst ourselves, this pool of reporters who'd been observers of this thing. And most of us had suggested they didn't reach, like, they're not going to get a conviction here. Didn't hear enough, like, this is not a slam dunk. The jury's going to come back and say not guilty. And somebody else who was with us said, not guilty, but what if he did it? Well, that's not really how the court system works. Thankfully, right? The what if he did it, not good enough. So as a separate charge, they will have to make that case for the murder, even if some of these other things obviously appear connected. Is that enough? So jury selection gets underway later this morning.
And we'll hear from Sade Robinson's mother on Wisconsin's Midday News today.
Meet Alan, who was diagnosed with sleep apnea.
I was what they call a mouth breather, and I would breathe at night with my mouth open.
And for about 8 years, Alan struggled with a CPAP machine. And then
I saw the Advent commercial, and I thought, well, what do you got to lose? This machine is miserable.
For most people, CPAP machines are miserable. But a simple in-office solution from Advent can be life-changing.
And it really was, to me, it was amazing because I don't think I ever breathed that clear.
This is Dr. Madan Kandula. After having one of Advent's simple in-office procedures, people are amazed at how freely and clearly they can breathe.
I'm happy with the procedure. I'm very glad I did it. I wish I would have done it 20 years ago. I could have avoided that machine I had to have laying next to the bed with the hose wrapped around my head.
Schedule your appointment at adventknows.com because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. AdventKnows.com. Most insurance accepted.
Monica, we've got to hand it to you.
You and the design team have outdone yourselves.
Are you talking about the One collection?
Those rings say you are the one.
And they say it symbolically.
Describe the symbols.
Every ring in the One collection should be presented with a special ritual.
What would that ritual be?
You pick up her left hand and you place a kiss on her ring finger.
Rick, you never told me about that part.
Then you show her the tiny red diamond, flush mounted inside the ring, that will forever be in contact with her finger.
Why is it red?
Because that's when the giver says to the one, wherever you go, my heart goes with you.
I give you this kiss. I give you my heart.
The red diamond is a secret symbol of that sacred moment.
The center diamond on the outside of the ring is for the whole world to see.
But the tiny red created diamond inside the ring is only for the two of them.
The One collection of engagement rings is available exclusively at Kessler's.
To find the Kessler's nearest you,
visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. A former police chief from Arkansas still on the run. He broke out of a prison over the weekend and is considered extremely dangerous. Grant Hardin was serving time for rape and murder. 2 of the 10 jail inmates who escaped from a New Orleans facility are still on the run. 3 of them were caught last night. After surging in March to their highest levels since the summer of 2020, durable goods orders have slipped significantly.
The Census Bureau's report on orders of durable goods is considered a solid indicator of manufacturing activity and investor confidence. The figure soared more than 7.5% in March to $316 billion as buyers rushed to beat price increases expected to come with new tariffs. Last month, the number slid more than 6%.
ABC's Jim Ryan. President Trump changing his mind on European Union tariffs. The 50% tax hikes were supposed to kick in June 1st. Now the White House says they won't be implemented until July 9th. This is ABC News.
Well, we do still have these 2 accidents on Highway 175 heading to into the stadium interchange. One on the ramp to westbound, one on the ramp to eastbound. And unfortunately, both of those ramps are closed right now, so I would avoid that area. Southbound 43 backing up from Silver Spring all the way down to about Locust. Northbound slowing down just before Fond du Lac Avenue up to about Keefe. And then southbound 41 backed up from Appleton Avenue all the way down past Capitol Drive. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast for today, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower, 67 degrees, your inland high, a little bit cooler near the lake, slight chance of a shower, continuing tonight with a low down to 50. Right now at 55 in Milwaukee, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, jury selection set to begin shortly in a high-profile Milwaukee murder trial. 34-year-old Maxwell Anderson, accused of killing 19-year-old Sade Robinson in April of last year. Police reporting the 2 men were seen together on a date just hours before Robinson first was reported missing. Anderson facing 3 felony charges, including homicide and mutilating a corpse. He has pleaded not guilty.
A wrong-way crash leaves behind a deadly scene.
2 people are dead and 2 others seriously hurt after a wrong-way crash on Ozaukee County early Monday. The sheriff's office says a 34-year-old Milwaukee man was driving the wrong way on I-43 near County Highway H around 1 a.m. when he hit another vehicle head-on. A 51-year-old woman and a 56-year-old man from Ootsburg were killed. A 22-year-old passenger was seriously injured. The wrong-way driver was airlifted to the hospital in critical condition. Investigators are still looking into what caused the crash. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
2 people recovering after multiple shootings Memorial Day. First was just before 10 p.m. Teutonia and Good Hope Road, Milwaukee's northwest side. 36-year-old taken to the hospital. The second was just minutes later, 6th in Vienna. 26-year-old in the hospital with injuries in that case. Police have not announced any arrests.
It's getting to be grilling season. That means the risk of accidental burns goes up. UW Health Dr. Patrick Shahan tells WTMJ those risks include...
The first is the use of accelerants like gasoline, diesel fuel, basically anything that is not intentionally labeled or created to help with the assistance of starting a fire. Those create an extreme hazard and can get out of control very quickly.
Shahan says that tripping, slipping, or falling near a fire is also common.
That part I understand. Starting the grill with gasoline?
Yeah.
Hey, kids.
Not the best idea.
Never mind even the safety implications. Hey, who wants a hot dog off of that? Come and get them. Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything in the green right now. Dow Jones Industrial Average out of the gate up 291 points. The S&P 500 up 56. The NASDAQ is up nearly 240 points at 18,976. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Coming up, the reason the markets may be up sharply is something that the president said on Monday. We'll hear from him next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:36. Traffic is sponsored by the shower remodel experts at Kohler Services, WI.com.
Upgrade to a beautiful Kohler Luxstone shower in as little as a day or 2 with the shower remodel experts at Kohler Services. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com today.
Hi, I'm Erik Brown, owner of Outdoor Living Unlimited. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech decking installer. We install anything decks and more. Stop by Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom and visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin. The buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
At Blaine's Farm and Fleet, we've been family-owned for 70 years, helping Midwest farms and families make the most of their money. So you can trust we'll always have the supplies you need at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like assorted real truck roll-up tonneau covers, $100 off after mail-in rebate. Save 15% on all Turtle Wax automotive wash and wax products. And all mud flaps and rock tamer systems, also 15% off. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde for Excel Custom Decks. I'm the football guy, definitely not the outdoor home projects guy. So when it comes to things like deck building, Excel Custom Decks is the true go-to expert. Family owned and operated, Excel Custom Decks uses the finest materials and products and combines that with superior craftsmanship. If you want your outdoor area to shine this summer, contact Excel Custom Decks now. Whatever you dream up for that perfect deck, pergola, or outdoor kitchen, Rob and his family can build it. Excel Custom Decks, decking excellence by design. Visit excelcustomdecks.com today.
Shop Steinhafels Memorial Day sale. Save 10% store-wide and get $50 off every $499. Plus get free premier delivery on everything when you buy a premium mattress. And don't forget amazing doorbusters, only at Steinhafels and steinhafels.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:39. So the Scripps Spelling Bee is getting underway. You've seen this. You were part of this, right, when you were working at Channel 4 for a bit.
Right. I remember it was a big deal when I was over at Channel 4 and we were a Scripps station. Spelling not my thing.
The spellers are on their way.
Bad.
Scripps is celebrating the 100th anniversary of its National Spelling Bee. 243 students began sounding out to themselves and saying aloud some difficult words. Scripps Spelling Bee Executive Director Corey Leffler says this contest sets up kids for a great future.
By learning this skill, but also learning to study, to set goals, to bounce back from disappointment if you don't win.
The Scripps Spelling Bee runs through Thursday. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Well, the preliminary rounds will be streamed on Bounce today. Then tomorrow, quarterfinals will be streamed. And then Thursday, finals will be broadcast on ION Thursday evening.
Did we figure out, sorry, did I miss that there? Like, there was some controversy over the thing ending in ties over a number of years, and then they were going to do a sudden death, and then some folks didn't like that. And
it appears they've fixed it a little bit so it won't go off forever. About a dozen spellers advanced to the finals. When only 2 spellers remain, Scripps has the option to use a lightning round tiebreaker known as a spell-off.
Okay.
To determine the champion. However, Scripps has taken away the requirement that the spell-off begin at a specific time. So they want to give the B judges more discretion.
Oh, that's interesting. So
Yeah.
the judge, I think we need to go to a spell-off right away. I got a 7 o'clock dinner reservation here.
Okay, we really want to get out of here.
Or do you look for one of the contestants is a little wobbly? I don't know. She's not going to make it. This guy here, he seems unsure. Like, I think he's going to break.
So then maybe you do it.
Then we just keep going a little bit.
Maybe it's up to the network. Maybe it's TV station or the TV network wants to make sure it's really juicy.
It's amazing how good of spellers these young people are. Like, you do get to a point where there's 2-3 of them where you're like, they might just be able to spell every word.
The entire
they
dictionary.
just will never be wrong.
Yes.
So that is coming up. 8:41 on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Tuesday already, which means on Brewers 360, we have the manager, Pat Murphy. That's next. Let's get a look at the drive here. First, Deb.
Okay, well, we got those 2 accidents in the stadium interchange on the ramp from southbound to westbound and southbound to eastbound from 175. So heads up with that. Those ramps are closed. Southbound 41 backing up from Appleton Avenue down past Capitol Drive. Northbound slowing down from just north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up to Silver Spring. Southbound 43 slow from Silver Spring down past Burleigh. Northbound's backed up from Fond du Lac Avenue all the way up towards Keefe. And eastbound 94, you got your backups from the zoo to the stadium interchange. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Do you want to know who the 2 spellers from Wisconsin are?
Yes.
It's Jacob Martinito. He's a 6th grader from Appleton Classical School. And Ethan Robert from Eisenhower in New Berlin.
New Berlin?
Yeah. So
Okay.
they will advance to the Scripps National Spelling Bee, which starts today.
From the biggest stars to the greatest moments, Behind the Bucks is Bucks history like you've never heard it before. Go behind the scenes of the Emmy-nominated Giannis documentary. Get the real story of the blockbuster trade for Damian Lillard. Hear the origin of Bucks in 6. It's all on Behind the Bucks on the Bucks Plus audio network, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Available now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, and wherever you get podcasts.
Vince Vitrano for Connect Chiropractic, now open closer to me in Oak Creek. Great to see so many people stop out at the grand opening that we had a few weeks ago. And they do all the basics right there, okay? Neck and back pain, that type of thing. That's what brought me in for chiropractic care. The added benefits, though, also of overall better health, improved mobility, no more migraine headaches, and all with no twisting, no cracking, no popping. The docs use a special tool. They use that to make all of the adjustments. It's pain-free and effective. Whether you visit Connect Chiropractic in Delafield, in Wauwatosa, where they're expanding. So you don't have to go to Oak Creek for brand new and shiny. You're going to get that in Wauwatosa now as well. But the Oak Creek place, super nice. Come see us. Just east of Howell Avenue on Rawson Road. Book your first appointment at Go Connect Chiro. That's GoConnectChiro.com.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. And there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
Or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
Historic Fox and Hound Supper Club gift cards make perfect year-round birthday, anniversary, and thank you gifts. With the buy one dinner, get one free offer, it's like getting a free gift card. Order online at foxandhoundsrestaurant.com and enjoy your free dinner.
Manager of our Milwaukee Brewers, Pat Murphy.
Well, I don't really follow the news the way I should. I have a person that tries to inform me of big things.
The governor's filling potholes today, if that helps you. He's going out on his pothole patrol. He is wont to do.
That's cool. Sounds like a really neat guy.
This is Brewers 360.
Brewers and Red Sox again this evening at American Family Field. It's a 6:40 first pitch. Joining us now on Brewers 360 is the manager of your Milwaukee Brewers, Pat Murphy. Brewers 360 brought to you by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Big Fish Contracting. Morning, Murph.
Morning.
Did you get a chance to spend some time with Jordan Love? He threw out a reasonable first pitch, but I know more importantly, he was hanging around the clubhouse talking with the guys.
He was great. I tell you, big thrill. My kids, too, got to meet him, and what a class guy. Humble, and, I can see why he's a great leader and a great guy in his own clubhouse.
Because we're sure you've met the other types, right?
We all have got an initial impression, and maybe it's not the best one, but this guy was the opposite. He was special.
Any inspiration that your guys or did anybody talk to you about it after, Murph? Just like something that was said or something that that they learned, or is it just I think we do have a cool relationship between our sports teams here in Wisconsin where these guys kind of support each other.
Well, he raved about his experience in Green Bay and the way he's treated there, and raved about having to sit and wait and learn. While it wasn't easy, it was something that he felt like was paramount in his success, is be able to sit and watch and go through all that, and just the support he got from the Packers in general. And then he talked about he wasn't highly recruited. He had to take the scholarship offered at Utah State, and just talked about how he just got better and better, and his belief system. He was great. Just tremendous.
Well, a guy who might have liked to have heard that message, Murph, and you spoke about it a little bit yesterday, Logan Henderson back down because he's still got options in AAA. The guy's done everything that's been asked of him here at the major league level. Won his first four starts, right? And then because of how things work, and you don't have to get overly wonky into that, but he ends up getting sent back down now. What was your message to that young man, and how did he take it?
Well, he was awesome. First and foremost, he was awesome the last time we did it. He was awesome this time. He gets it 100%. We explained the big picture and why it's important. He's going to miss a couple starts here, but he'll undoubtedly be back. And we want to keep him in that starter mode. And we've got some guys coming back that like Woodruff and Quintana that are veterans that we're paying to get the job done. So he's one with multiple options, and we can afford to do it right now.
Pat Murphy joining us on Wisconsin's Morning News. So Jackson Chourio didn't take a pitch. First pitch swinger hits a home run that supposed to work out this time.
Yeah, there's no such thing as taking pitches. If you're going to take pitches, you're not going to last in the big leagues. So it doesn't mean you have to swing at them all, but you certainly can't be up there looking to take pitches. So I think, he's capable of that, and beware if he gets hot.
And he's a player, Murph, that I just feel like the guys on the team, from the veterans on down, want to rally around. You've talked about what great character he has and what a great guy he is to have around your clubhouse. So when a guy like that starts to have success, it can really energize the whole club.
There's no doubt. No doubt. He's got a smile on his face. He exudes the energy of a winning player. He goes about his business. He loves it. He wants to play every day. It's a way of life for him, and that's beautiful to be around. Believe me, that's beautiful to be around.
So the NFL, Murph, last week did some voting, and they tweaked some rules in the NFL. They do this every year where during the offseason they talk about some different things, and they make some changes that the owners think will make the game better. If you were able to change a rule in baseball, is there one that you'd change?
I mean, there's, yeah, I would change one, the obstruction rule. That it's not, that you can't challenge it or whatever, and it's just become kind of an arbitrary call. You call it when you want to.
And the obstruction, that's when you're blocking the base.
Right. Just like home plate, we put it in where you can challenge it whether the catcher's blocking home plate unnecessarily. You could do the same thing with base runners. And I think that's a rule that it's just called too arbitrary. It's called once in a while, and when it really hurts you, it just seems like we're at their mercy in their opinions.
Murph, it's so interesting, too. Like, I almost can't remember when there wasn't a pitch clock, and that we're only, 2-3 seasons in on that, how reluctant baseball was for decades to really change anything and then sort of embrace look, if it's going to make our game better, let's give it a shot. And I guess if we don't like it, we can take it out.
Right. I really think that, MLB, when they make these rule changes, they usually get it right. They take a lot of time. They've got a good process for it. They talk to baseball people, and they get it right. And they test it, and they get it right. And I think we got to commend them for that. We really do.
So, Murph, one of the big stories that we can share with you, because you're busy managing baseball games, is that the Scripps National Spelling Bee kicks off today in Washington, D.C. So these are like middle schoolers. Kids probably, 11 to 14 maybe, that are spelling words that we've never heard before.
Yeah, that's beautiful. What an art that is. I'm not sure how useful, but I'm sure it is.
That's fair.
But just the discipline that it takes and the commitment to learning this kind of stuff, that's what you commend these kids. Our kids are incredible. What they're capable of is incredible in this world. It really is. Now, this particular task here, I mean, I think there's probably more important, but maybe not. Because I couldn't spell, I don't want to put shade on anyone else, but what a discipline to be able to learn all this. That's what I admire.
I couldn't spell either, Murph. I'll tell you something that was instructive, though, that I learned from not being able to do that. Like, sometimes you have all your lessons and you got, young boys and you try to teach them things, and like sometimes they got to put it together themselves. Like, I was a bad speller, and then we had this spelling test coming up, and I studied. And guess what? I did really good. And, the light bulb went on, if only for a moment. That must have made my parents happy. Like, yeah, this is what we've been saying.
Yeah, that's I wasn't fortunate enough to get there, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
8:52.
It's a great topic. I'm glad it brought it up. I'm glad you brought it up.
Well, thanks, Murph. We're always interested in your perspective on something adjacent or entirely irrelevant to baseball. At the Red Sox again tonight. Thanks, Murph.
Go get him.
Thank you, guys.
It's a 6:40 first pitch at American Family Field. Didn't study that much after that, Deb, so I don't know if it stuck, but in that moment, it was a really good moment.
All right, then.
Here's something. If you try, you might be better at something.
Go figure.
Yeah, figure that out.
Who knew? All right. We got a problem. Exit to westbound 94 from 175 southbound still closed because of a crash. Apparently, they reopened the one on the eastbound side. On eastbound 94, it's backed up out of the Zoo interchange all the way to the stadium. Northbound 43 backing up around the North Avenue curve up past Keefe. Southbound's backed up from just before Hampton down to about Fond du Lac Ave. Well, make that Burleigh. Yeesh. Southbound 43 backing up from Appleton Avenue down past Capitol. Northbound is slow just north of Watertown Plank Road all the way to Silver Spring. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
What if you could lose up to 1 pound of fat every single day at Milwaukee Weight Loss? They've got the secret, and it's helping people shed serious weight fast. Hey, it's Steve Scavini from WTMJ. I've been on the Milwaukee Weight Loss program since January and currently in the maintenance phase after losing, get this, 40 pounds. It was fast, easy, and safe, and I'm sticking with the incredible team at Milwaukee Weight Loss to keep the weight off. Their doctor-developed, easy-to-follow program helps people lose weight naturally and safely with no drugs, no risky injections, no meal kits, no shakes, no exercise required. It's not just about losing weight. It's about resetting your metabolism to keep it off for good with personal coaching every step of the way. And guess what? Their program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just a month or two, up to 1 pound of fat a day. Book your free consultation now at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com or call 262-449-1180. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Pain, tingling, burning in your hand and wrist, wakes you up at night, makes life difficult. Working with your hands is nearly impossible. If that sounds like you may suffer with carpal tunnel syndrome. The problem is Medicare pays for the old open surgery done in a hospital or surgery center. And it's no walk in the park. Big incision, 6-week recovery. I mean, imagine your hands being bandaged up, unable to use it for 6 weeks. So if you want to, you can have that old open surgery the government says to get, or you have another option. An ultra minimally invasive procedure done in the office that can give you immediate relief in 15 minutes and you are back to your life in just 1 day. The Ovation Technique, only at Ovation Hand Institute. You've suffered long enough. You don't have to put the fix off anymore. Visit ovationhand.com and see the difference with your own eyes. ovationhand.com.
We get it. You're on the go, and life gets in the way. Stay up to date on all things WTMJ with podcasts of every show available on WTMJ.com. And don't forget you can stream WTMJ online and watch your favorite WTMJ shows on YouTube. Every show, when you want it, no matter where you are. We are Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio 620 WTMJ. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
.856 on Wisconsin's Morning News this Tuesday morning. Still an hour to go. Lots of stuff ahead on the program. Where would you rate our Memorial Day weekend weather?
Ooh, it was pretty good.
Pretty solid, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Talked earlier with Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky, and Niz was telling us, well, we get complaints in the weather. Folks want it to be summer.
Right.
They want it to be pool weather. I'm like, yeah, I'll take what we had. Sunshine Saturday, Sunday, Monday, like beautiful conditions, albeit slightly on the cooler side. Yesterday turned out to be okay. But given what we had just days earlier where it rained sideways for 2 days,
right?
And it was like 50 degrees.
It was so nice. My daughter pushed to go see Mission Impossible, and it was so nice. And I was like, boy, do we really want to spend 3 hours indoors in the dark when it's so nice outside? We did go see the movie.
Turns out Mission Impossible did quite well, yes?
70 million, something like that. It was fine. If you haven't seen the Part 7 or the Part 1 of the Part 2, this is Part 2. Haven't seen the other one, you shouldn't see this one first. I don't think you'll
See, you're always telling me, no, you can go. Like, so this one you need...
I mean, you can always be entertained by the action scenes, but it does recall, especially to Mission Impossible 7. So you'd want to see that one first.
As predicted, or you heard predicted on this year's program, we had Greg Marcus from Marcus Corporation, the Marcus Theaters, of course, anticipating that it would be a record-breaking Memorial Day weekend for the industry, which it was. Yep. The other big driver was Lilo and Stitch, which I predicted was going to be bigger than Mission Impossible.
Because the family aspect.
It's an easy one, right? Okay, if couple people go see Mission Impossible, but Lilo and Stitch, you're bringing the family, so that's 4, maybe 5, and the kids bring some friends. Now that's so it's times 5 for every other couple that might go see the other. Not that when the kids are older, you can't take Mission Impossible, like you said. But anyway, those were those predictions. On your Storm Team forecast, a pretty decent week here. A couple of chances for showers. Chance of showers this afternoon. He's got it slight overnight. Showers possible on Wednesday. If we're going to get rain or any sort of meaningful rain, it would be Wednesday. Slight chance of a shower Thursday. Chance for thunderstorms Friday afternoon into the evening hours. Right now, 55 in Milwaukee.
Miss any part of the show? Get the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast sent directly to you. Text Vince to the WTMJ Talk and Text line.
Explore outdoor living this Saturday from Erik Brown, the president of Outdoor Living Unlimited. He knows his stuff. They expand your living space with decks, patios, fire pits, even outdoor kitchens, and can show you a virtual reality of it all for starters.
Outdoor Living Unlimited did a great job at the Matzik household. We love it. So listen and call Erik this Saturday on WTMJ's Fix It Show and check out OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
Your showrooms are employee-free.
Give the mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy.
Why?
To save you money.
How much money?
Our 42 beds from the top 5 brands start at $393.
That's pretty good.
And through Monday, purchase a select Beauty Rest or Sealy Posturepedic mattress in any size and receive a free adjustable base. Plus, free next-day delivery and free financing's available too.
I like the way you do business.
Find the self-service employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
If you're enrolled in the State of Wisconsin Pension Program, you've recently received your annual statement and may have questions. The Annex Wealth Management Planning Team is hosting a webinar that will discuss options and go through case studies that might help you get a better understanding of how your WRS pension can help you reach your retirement goals. Join members of the Annex team for Understand Your WRS Pension Potential, Thursday, May 22nd at 3 p.m. That's this Thursday at 3. Register at events.annexwealth.com today.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. Family owned, family operated, family priced. Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip Flop Day on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
The Brewers are coming. The Brewers are coming. Too late. They're already here.
Bye-bye baseball! A 2-homer day for number 22.
Our Brewers Red Sox game day coverage starts tonight at 6:05. We are the home of the Brewers. News Radio 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 9:01, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Tuesday, May 27th, our top stories. Starting shortly in court, a high-profile murder trial.
I'm Erik Bilstad, delaying the tariffs for the EU.
Your Storm Team forecast, a high of 67 degrees today. If you're by Lake Michigan, a little bit cooler, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower. Mostly cloudy, slight shower chance remains overnight. Low down to 50, right now at 56 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, jury selection set to begin shortly in the high-profile murder case in Milwaukee.
The trial of Maxwell Anderson is set to begin Tuesday in Milwaukee. He's accused of killing 19-year-old Sade Robinson back in April of last year. Police say the two were seen together on a date just hours before Robinson was reported missing. Her burned car was found shortly after, and over the following days, her dismembered remains were discovered in multiple locations across southeast Wisconsin and even northern Illinois. Anderson faces several charges, including homicide and mutilating a corpse. He has pleaded not guilty. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
An accidental gunshot hits a home. This happened in Fond du Lac. Police responded to a home Sunday evening near Central and Morris Streets after a neighbor reported hearing a loud noise, then their window shattering at their home. Officers used drones to ensure safety in that area before a 42-year-old man next door admitted to police that he accidentally fired off a rifle inside his house. It ultimately ended up hitting another home. No one was hurt. Charges are pending.
President Trump pausing his threat of new tariffs on imports from Europe. ABC's Mary Bruce.
The president is now relenting. Just for now, he is delaying that threat of a 50% tariff against the European Union, one of our largest trading partners. These massive tariffs were supposed to go into effect at the end of this week on June 1st, but instead he's now postponing them until July 9th following a phone call with the head of the European Commission.
The EU agreed to accelerate negotiations with the U.S., economists fearing that higher tariffs would fan inflation and slow the economy, possibly pushing the U.S. into a recession.
Overseas, police haven't determined a motive after a 53-year-old man drove a minivan into a crowd during a victory parade honoring the Liverpool soccer team after winning England's Premier League championship. Dozens of people, including children, were hurt.
One eyewitness told CBS News the running over of people seemed definitely intentional and that the driver just shut the door and didn't seem to care.
And then we suddenly saw the car reverse and then accelerate and move through the crowd. And honestly, people scattered like bowling pins. Yeah, it was terrifying. It genuinely was terrifying.
Seconds after the man finally stopped, the crowd, now angry, attacked his vehicle and threatened his life as police arrested him and took him away.
That's CBS's Remy Inocencio. Now, police are not investigating this crime as an act of terrorism.
An important groundbreaking on Memorial Day. Wauwatosa Veterans Memorial is underway, being built at Hart Park. Civic Celebration Committee's Mike Antich on WTMJ.
All the military branches, we're going to have a kiosk where you can look up names of people who have been in the military. We're going to have pavers or bricks that are inscribed with veterans and friends of the military that you can buy and purchase. It's going to be a great place.
They want to have the memorial open by November of this year.
News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update. Things looking good at the moment. The Dow opening up here. Let's take a look and see again. Now things have changed. It appears we now are not looking so good. Things are in the red at the moment. Nope. Now I'm seeing them up again. Okay, I got it now. The Dow is up 399. The NASDAQ up 341. And the S&P is up 79. So all three indices up more than 1%.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Sports, traffic, and weather next. Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time 9:05.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
At Blaine's Farm and Fleet, we've been family-owned for 70 years, helping Midwest farms and families make the most of their money. So you can trust we'll always have the supplies you need at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like 20,000 feet of bale-bind baler twine, just $21.99. $90 off an Edsel welded storage rack. And assorted Rust-Oleum farm and implement paint, 15% off. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Why settle for just a job when you could have a career in the exciting automobile industry? The Auto Dealers Association of Metro Milwaukee new car dealer members have service, technician, sales, administrative, and management positions available now. The first word in career is car, and one of the best places to find a great career opportunity is at an Adam new car dealer.
For current great paying job opportunities, visit adam.jobs. That's ADAMM.jobs.
Time for the WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Green Bay Packers had their first day of organized team activities, or OTAs, today. Team set to practice today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Today, tomorrow, and Friday before another 3-practice week next week. Packers hold their mandatory mini camp starting June 10th. Brewers take Game 1 in the 3-game series against the Boston Red Sox. 3-2, the winning score on Memorial Day. Coverage for Game 2 at American Family Field starts at 6:05 right here on WTMJ.
WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Road work is what's slowing things down wherever you happen to be. 94 eastbound, Highway 16 to the Zoo's on time. From the Zoo to downtown, you're losing a lane before you get to the stadium, so you're going to see some delays there. Same thing for 41, 45, both directions, north of the Zoo, and 43 northbound, slow at the moment through the construction north of the Marquette.
Storm team forecasts from WTMJ. We'll give you all 5 days. Mostly cloudy, slight chance of a shower today with a high 61 lakeside, 67 inland. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower, continuing with a low down to 50. If we get a bunch of rain, Wednesday looks like the most promising day, mostly cloudy with showers. High 58 at the lake, 63 inland. Thursday, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower. High 71, a little bit cooler near the lake. For Friday, partly cloudy and warmer with a chance afternoon and evening of some thunderstorms. We'll keep an eye on that with a high of 75. And looking ahead to Saturday, mostly sunny, 67 lakeside, 74 inland. Right now at 55. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:09.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
Was it a spat? Was it horsing around? Was it something more serious or not at all? And
Either way, do you think this is a big deal?
And here's another question. Is it even news?
Okay.
There's that. Talking about a video of French President Emmanuel Macron. So here's what happened. So over the weekend, Macron and his wife, they were heading on a trip. They were doing a trip to Southeast Asia. Going to go to Vietnam and different places as well. And what happens is, and it's caught on video.
You're playing this.
Now, is this fair? Love hurts. Is this fair? So, as they are getting off the plane door opens, and the first thing you see when the plane door opens is you're looking up the stairs, right? You follow me here? Is you see the Macron, and he's talking to someone off camera, off stage, if you will. And you see the arms of his wife emerge from the left of the doorway, so you don't see her, just her arms, and she pushes him in the face with both hands.
It wasn't gentle.
Both hands on the face, pushes him. And he turns and looks out the door and is like, eyes wide open, like, whoa. And then he smiles and he reaches for her hand. She doesn't take it right away. And then they walk down, and the rest is history.
The video of the shove quickly going viral. The president's team initially called it a fake, but later Macron acknowledged it was real, downplaying the incident, saying he and his wife were bickering and joking.
Yeah, he said that they're just horseplay, if you will, and now it's fine, no big deal, nothing to see here. If you want to see it, by the way, for yourself, just text the word face. That's what we went with, right, Pancake? Face.
That's what you decided?
We weren't sure what. We couldn't. Should we go with Macron? We don't want to go shove.
No, because people would spell that wrong.
So we went with face. If you text face to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line, we'll send you the video. 855-616-1620.
What did you see there?
I mean, it looks like a pretty significant push. It doesn't look like it's a defense mechanism. It does look like they were probably arguing about something. She said, enough, and pushed his face. How did you perceive it?
What was his line? They
horseplay.
Bickering and
joking.
Right. Sometimes those can be very different things. Like bickering can be...
yeah, right? Actually, like...
And I define bickering within the marriage as like the... Whatever it is that we're disagreeing on here is not terribly consequential. It's not a big thing of like... Right, but it's some bickering, some back and forth. But that can be pretty serious. It can get charged up.
Sure.
So just because it's bickering doesn't mean it's nothing. So that's where I get the bickering and the joking, not necessarily the same thing here.
Right.
It wasn't a gentle, playful shove. It didn't appear to be that.
Macron, according to ABC, has said that he wants people to focus on his trip around Asia, where he's been striking security and trade deals. Mm-hmm. But it's really hard to do that when video like this overshadows the trip.
The other thing that makes me suspicious is, why do you first deny its authenticity? Wasn't there something in the initial reports where...
Yes, and that sounded funny to me,
and not
too.
Macron, but one
Macron's
of his people.
office initially denied the authenticity of the images before they were confirmed as genuine.
That's fake news. That's AI. That's not real.
Before every camera said, no, that's...
no, we
got
recorded that happening.
Again, text the word face. 855-616-1620. Here's a question. Is this news? Is this really, in internal back and forth? I mean, yes, it's physical, but it's not a punch. It's just I don't want to say a playful push because we don't know if it was playful, but a push to the face.
I think one thing that makes it news when you're asked about it, so I feel like his office made it news to the degree that they first said that's not real, and now you have to follow up on that and say, no, it is. So there's that. I mean, look, if the president of France and his wife are having an argument over something, that's not news in and of itself.
No, not really.
Right. Although, you know how many people texted face already?
Yeah, right.
So you could define news of that which is interesting to people.
Now,
clearly it's interesting to people.
I mean, if it had been the other way around, like that, if he had been putting his hands on her like that,
I see where you're going.
Well, I'm just asking.
Right, yeah,
I'm not intending the gender thing.
Right.
Involved,
He
but
can't do that, right?
It is interesting to see how they play this one. If they just hope it kind of goes away, but it's definitely getting attention, and it could not have been more perfectly, unfortunately for them, timed, because the door to the plane opens up, there he is, and then he gets pushed.
Here we are, right? It becomes immediately apparent I'm within camera sight here, and somebody got this, someone saw this, and now we have to react to it.
Because I've seen lawmakers off the record getting PO'd at each other before.
That's good stuff, always.
Yeah.
Right,
same party kind of thing, like just barking at each other. But it's in a closed environment where is that news when two guys, they weren't swinging, but like they were clearly having an argument about policy or whatever.
That happens more often than you know.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Those caucus meetings, are you kidding?
And actually, that's fine. Go ahead. I think that should be healthy, right? There should be some healthy debate.
Right.
I mean, as long as it doesn't get disrespectful or personal, but you want them to hash out differences so that we ultimately get to what everybody can agree on. I don't know. A lot of people texted face. That's all I know. So if you go back to defining news as that which is curious or interesting to people, then I guess it's news. Doesn't help you to say it's fake, too.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Did not put an end to that story quickly.
Nope.
9:15 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, this is WTMJ Steve Scafidi. Don't miss Capri Community's Enjoy Life Active Aging Symposium on Wednesday, June 4th at Elmbrick Church in Brookfield from 8:30 to 3 p.m. This is a free and fun event for older adults 55 plus that celebrates active aging, featuring speakers like John McGivern and Jennifer Bartolotta, exhibitors, goat yoga, speed friending, raffles, food, music, and much more. Make the day your own. Pre-register at enjoylifesymposium.com. That's enjoylifesymposium.com.
It's Gina Della. You've heard me define what makes Pella Windows and Doors different. Let me introduce you to the woman behind the billboards, commercials, and share my extraordinary journey of resilience, reinvention, and shattering glass ceilings every Saturday morning at 6:30 on 620 WTMJ and anywhere you stream podcasts for What's the Difference with Gina Della to discuss business coaching across all industries, featuring successful executives, entrepreneurs, and mentors along the way. This is a story you won't want to miss.
Meet Alan, who was diagnosed with sleep apnea.
I was what they call a mouth breather, and I would breathe at night with my mouth open.
And for about 8 years, Alan struggled with a CPAP machine. And then
I saw the Advent commercial, and I thought, well, what do you got to lose? This machine is miserable.
For most people, CPAP machines are miserable. But a simple in-office solution from Advent can be life-changing.
And it really was, to me, it was amazing because I don't think I ever breathed that clear.
This is Dr. Madan Kandula. After having one of Advent's simple in-office procedures, people are amazed at how freely and clearly they can breathe.
I'm happy with the procedure. I'm very glad I did it. I wish I would have done it 20 years ago. I could have avoided that machine I had to have laying next to the bed with the hose wrapped around my head.
Schedule your appointment at adventknows.com because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. AdventKnows.com. Most insurance accepted.
What does this mean? You get sort of out of nowhere texts from your children, do you not?
Oh, sure.
Right, where you're like,
all
what?
The time.
What are we doing here? What is this about? I just got this from my son. Now, I think, do they have exams this week? Why does he have time to be texting me from school? Do you have any connections with electronics recyclers? So before I respond, and I don't know that I do. What do you mean electronics recyclers? I mean, there's our...
You know the guy at Best Buy?
Well, there's our municipal dump in Greendale where
yep.
you can, for a price, take some electronics.
Yes, that's
I think
true.
They charge you for some things. Other things, I think, is free. But, like beyond that. But my question being like, what... I need to know the context of why you're asking me this before I respond.
It would sound as if the good news there would be like, oh, maybe he wants to get rid of some of his stuff.
Be the first time.
So you're thinking the opposite?
Right.
He wants more stuff?
Do you want to go What's the angle here? Are we scavenging or are we selling?
Is that will determine
or getting
my
rid of
answer?
Stuff? Right. I would like very much to get rid of... I could probably stand to see him get rid of 65 to 70% of the crap he's got in our basement right now, and it wouldn't make a dent. But I do like he's a bit of an electronics kid. Like that's not what he's planning on going into, but he likes to tinker and do stuff, which I like and want to encourage. But like, does my basement have to be a vintage tech museum? And cool, dude, you're going to go to college here. You can't bring all that junk with you. So do I have to leave it here? Are we going to box it up?
Well, maybe that's what he's thinking. Maybe he's saying, I better get this stuff recycled now.
Recycled. So, I mean, right. And you can't just throw stuff in the trash like a lot of those electronics. So I do appreciate that he's thinking properly on that if we are looking to get rid of things. I don't know. And now that distracted me from the program here. And now I've wasted your time. We do expect to learn more today. A couple of stories I want to follow up on locally. Could possibly even have charges filed. I would expect that this week against a Milwaukee man who's accused of driving the wrong way on I-43. One of these terrible stories that we've covered all too often over the last 10, 20 years. This crash killed 2 people and had the interstate shut down for about 5 hours overnight. So this would be Sunday night into Monday morning, Memorial Day. So early in the morning yesterday. Latest information we have is from the Ozaukee County Sheriff's Office. Does not include any names at this point. According to the Sheriff's Office, you got a guy, 34-year-old Milwaukee man, southbound in the northbound lanes of I-43. This would be town of Belgium, which is just north of Port Washington. Belgium has one exit off of the interstate. It would be in that area once you get past Port Washington. Guy slammed into another vehicle, and in that other vehicle, you have a 51-year-old woman, 56-year-old man, and a 22-year-old woman, all from Oostburg, which is just a bit further down the road northeast of Belgium. So the 2 in their 50s are dead. 22-year-old taken to the hospital with serious injuries. They have not said, but you and I both had the same thought on this, E.
It would appear that you would assume that they were related, just given the descriptions.
Could it possibly be mom, dad, and daughter? Are they related in some way? Again, the identities have not yet been revealed, so we don't know for sure, but that's certainly a possibility that we would watch for. The wrong way driver also in the hospital, taken by ambulance to Aurora in Grafton, then later flighted to Frederick. He was last reported in critical condition. So incidentally, that is where the survivor from the other vehicle is as well. She is at Frederick. Outstanding questions, though, this morning as we want more information from authorities beyond the identities. Obviously, that's important. And one of the reasons they hold that information in the short term is want to make sure that everyone's been notified. You do not, if it can be avoided, ever want family members or close friends to find out about a tragedy like this because they heard Vinny and Erik talking about it for the first time. So they are working through that identification process. And, of course, with Monday having been the holiday, might take a little bit longer than usual. That said, also, drugs or alcohol involved here? How or where did this guy get on the freeway, going the wrong way? What charges could be filed in the case? When it's in the immediate metro area, it's often very easy to find out.
There's DOT cams everywhere.
There's cameras everywhere, right? And then you see it on TV popping up. Oh, here's where the guy got on the freeway, wrong way, whatever. But up that way, I don't know that you have cameras at every exit. Wouldn't think so. I mean, there are more cameras than you think in the DOT network.
This is true.
Which we can tap into, but I'm not sure if there would be a camera to show exactly where he got on the freeway. Also, depending on how serious the suspect vehicle, in this case, how serious his injuries are, can you get an interview out of the guy? And also, assuming that he would be accused of a crime, if you're that guy's lawyer, you don't talk to anybody right now. You don't answer any questions. And so it could be a longer time than you would like to see charges filed in this case, but a tragedy for sure.
The wrong way driving stuff, it just seems like you hear that story way too often. And in fact, we've had State Patrol tell us this before. It probably happens more often than you realize where someone doesn't get caught because either they get right back off the highway or they realize of their ways and turn around because they were going the wrong way.
It does appear in this case that someone did call authorities. I don't know if it was a 911 call reporting a wrong way driver, and sadly the authorities did not intervene in time, right? Especially in those long stretches in between on and off ramps, right? Person could be coasting on down and have no idea.
Right.
Seen a wrong way driver a couple times. One was near me on Loomis Road, and we were able to, I think, not quite get on there. That's sort of like a halfway between a highway and a street. Like when the further out you get headed southwest, I suppose, toward Waterford and Burlington in that area, it gets pretty rural.
Yep.
And someone obviously confused there and was going the wrong way. Saw another one where we weren't on the highway yet. We were like kind of traveling, almost like that scene out of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Remember? You're going the wrong way.
How do you know which way we're going?
How do you know which way we're going? And it was like next to us on a rural road. I think we're on a road trip somewhere, rural road out of state, and you just feel helpless. Like, is there anything you can do? Can you try to get out in front? Like, there was just nothing we could do. I think that person ultimately figured it out before a tragedy. But waiting on more information here on Ozaukee County. Wanted to highlight, also fortunately nobody hurt in this story, but another strange one from over the weekend. This out of Fond du Lac, where I think we had it in the top of the hour news. Police were surveilling a home with a drone after they tried to get the homeowner to come out. Why were they there? Sunday, the neighbor had called police after hearing a loud bang, then discovering damage to their home. Fond du Lac police say it was included in the report was damage to windows, and they found evidence that, quote, a projectile had traveled from a neighboring residence, striking the caller's home. I'm not real smarty, but it sounds like somebody fired a gun off in their house.
Yep.
Right, and that's what had happened. Well, it sounds like exactly what went down there. Here's the rest of the story. The cops go out to the house, and nobody coming to the door. So you have Fond du Lac police with a report of, I don't know, we heard a bang. I mean, everything suggesting that somebody fired a gun into their home. So they go next door, and it sounds like they were banging on the door, and nobody came out. Not sure what the play was there. If the guy thought he was going to be like, I wasn't home at the time. It couldn't have been me, right? I wasn't home. Well, then they put this drone up. You imagine they had it surrounded to a degree and eventually had that area secured. 42-year-old guy inside the house ultimately then called police dispatch himself. And, I may have accidentally fired off a rifle in my house, and it might have hit the neighbor's house. He then, according to authorities, cooperated with police. They got him out of the house. Charges referred to the district attorney's office. So that was in Fond du Lac. Interesting state of events right there. It is 9:26 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, if you love true, authentic Mexican food, I highly recommend you stop at the Mine Shaft restaurant in Hartford today. WTMJ's John Mercure here. The Mine Shaft is the most affordable, family-friendly dining restaurant, and the Tuesday all-you-can-eat Mexican buffet is just $9.99. Whoa, that's incredible. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Kids and grandkids under 3 eat for free. Today from the kids' menu, they'll love that huge game room quietly set aside from the dining area wherever you live. It's worth the drive to the Mine Shaft today for the all-you-can-eat Mexican buffet, just $9.99. Excelente. Wednesday, the all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry is $7.99. That's a crazy low price. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford, just off Highway 41 near the EAA in Oshkosh. 2 locations, both fantastic. No need to cook today. Just walk in, relax, and enjoy the all-you-can-eat Tuesday Mexican buffet for under $10. Check it out, mineshaftrestaurant.com.
Vince Vitrano here for Inspired Closets Milwaukee. We've talked at length about my front hall closet, how good it looks after our project. You can text closet to the WTMJ Talk and Text line, which is 855-616-1620 if you want to see it. You want to see how your project will look? That's really more important to you. Visit Inspired Closets Milwaukee. You can use their new augmented reality tool. It's called Envision, and here's how it works. It transforms how you see and implement home organization systems. You put on these goggles, and you've obviously submitted some pictures of your home, and then it feels like you're in a newly redesigned garage or pantry or bedroom or closet, whatever your project is. And now you're not guessing. You're going to know exactly how it will look, function, and feel inside your home, your project. When you work with my friends Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets Milwaukee, you stop in, tell them Vinny sent you to give it a try. Or check out the video that's up on their website. Really cool to click around there. Inspired Days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Ready to join the fun? With Girl Scouts Extended Year Membership from Girl Scouts,
you can sign up by June 30th and get up to 18 months of adventure through September 30th, 2026.
Girls starting kindergarten or first grade in 2025 will also receive 3 Get Ready with Girl Scouts activity books,
featuring games, crafts, and stories the whole family will love, for free. Plus, you'll even get a special gift from the Girl Scouts. Join today and get ready to grow, explore, and shine with Girl Scouts.
Slide into your neighborhood Century Food Store to score the freshest produce, tastiest treats, and everything in between. Now through Wednesday, save on 4.75 to 16-ounce selected varieties Frito-Lay Lay's, Kettle Chips, or Red Gold Pretzels, 2 for $5. 8 to 16-ounce selected varieties Old Dutch Tortilla, Potato, or Kettle Chips, or Salsa, 2 for $5.50. 2.37 to 3.5-ounce selected varieties McCormick Grill Mate Spices, 2 for $4. 14-ounce or 6-count selected varieties Häagen-Dazs Ice Cream or Bars, $3.99.
Ooh, pineapple fulfills every need.
While you're shopping, a drive way back, it's a gunner.
There's something goofy going on with the PA.
Need a price check and I'll take me out to the ball game.
See, what is going on?
You're hearing things. We're at Century Foods, and you can't take your mind off winning that ultimate baseball fan sweepstakes.
I'm hoping to throw out the first pitch at a Milwaukee baseball game.
Or attend batting practice.
Or hold the finish line ribbon for the racing sausages.
You don't say.
The ultimate baseball fan sweepstakes at Century Foods. Enter on Century's Facebook or Instagram by July 30th.
Hey, WDTMJ's Erik Bilstad here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
You are the cream to fill my cream bottle.
I hope they like each other.
Boat race.
The sun and the moon and the earth have become one, and so have we.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
Short deep forecast for today, not bad. Slight chance of a shower is possible under mostly cloudy skies. On our lakeside, high 61 degrees. It'll be warmer away from Lake Michigan, high 67. Tonight's low down to 50. Right now at 55.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Trump is calling on federal agencies to cancel contracts with Harvard University. He's also threatening to pull billions in federal funding to the school so it can be used instead to build more trade schools for skilled labor. That following the president's demand that Harvard turn over lists of foreign students enrolled at the university.
A judge has temporarily blocked the administration's ban on international students at Harvard. A hearing on the matter is set for Thursday. The fate of nearly 7,000 international students hanging in the balance.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. A man in his 50s driving a vehicle into a crowded street in Liverpool, England. People have been celebrating Liverpool's win in the Premier League Championship. Police don't think it was an act of terrorism. Bags no longer fly free on Southwest Airlines. The company pulling its long-standing policy. Starting tomorrow, it'll cost you $35 for the first bag and $45 for the second if you fly on Southwest. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, jury selection is underway now in this high-profile Milwaukee murder trial. 34-year-old Maxwell Anderson accused of killing 19-year-old Shondae Robinson in April of last year. Police say the two were together on a date just hours before Robinson was reported missing. Anderson faces 3 felony charges, including homicide and mutilating a corpse, has pleaded not guilty.
2 people are dead, 2 others seriously hurt after a wrong-way crash in Ozaukee County. This happened early Monday morning near County Highway H, so near the town of Port Washington there on 43. Police say a Milwaukee man driving the wrong way when he hit another vehicle. The other car was driven by a 51-year-old woman and a 56-year-old man. Both of them were killed. A passenger in that vehicle was seriously injured. The wrong-way driver is said to be in critical condition.
More turbulence for Kohl's, the company already dealing with the fallout from CEO Ashley Buchanan's firing, and now shareholders pushing back on executive compensation. The editor-in-chief of the Milwaukee Business Journal, Timothy Gibbons, on WTMJ.
When the company had its annual meeting recently, 45% of shareholders came out and said that they did not approve of the company's pay structure. This is obviously in the wake of Ashley Buchanan being hired and given a very large $20.9 million payday with equity awards and signing bonuses and all of that, and then just a few months later getting fired.
Kohl's right now being led by an interim CEO as they search for a more permanent replacement.
It's time to get the pools ready for summer.
Milwaukee County Parks have announced the official opening dates for pools this summer. They have rescheduled the opening day for Cool Waters in Greenfield due to unprecedented cold weather. Cool Waters will open Saturday, May 31st, marking the beginning of the pool season. Shoals Aquatic Center in Lincoln Park will be open on June 7th. However, some pools will not be reopening this summer due to staffing shortages, budget, and facility maintenance issues. This includes pools at Hales Corners Park, Washington Park, as well as the Pelican Cove Aquatic Center. The park system is also offering season pass sales for the first time ever. Elizabeth Lintonen, WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. It's a little over an hour off the opening bell, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up nearly 500 points. It's over 1% to 42,086. The S&P 500 at 5892. That is up 1.5%. The NASDAQ up nearly 2%, up 372 points to 19,110. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ time saver traffic, your typical slowdowns and delays because of road work. So we have 4145 north and southbound slow through the road work north of the zoo. 94 eastbound from the zoo into downtown. You're losing a lane there. The barrels are up before you get to the stadium, so you'll see some brake lights in that stretch. Same with 43 northbound north of the Marquette.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. High of 67 degrees today. Cooler near the lake under mostly cloudy skies with a slight chance of a shower. That chance of a shower continues overnight. Low down to 50. For Wednesday, mostly cloudy with showers. High 58 lakeside, 63 inland. Thursday, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower. High 65 at the lake, 71 inland. For Friday, watching the chance for thunderstorms in the afternoon or evening hours. Will be warmer with a high of 75. And for Saturday, mostly sunny. 74 degrees your inland high, a little bit cooler near the lake. Right now at 56 in Milwaukee.
Celebrate summer and save big at Fleet Farm's Memorial Day Savings Event. 24 packs of our bottled water are now only $2.99. Online liquid Pool Shark 4-packs are $14.99. And the 32-quart Plano Frost Cooler is just $99.99. Plus, all active military and vets are invited to save an additional 10% May 22nd through the 26th. Whatever you need, we've got the best prices guaranteed. And find even more deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here for Shopco Optical. Get eyewear for everything you do at Shopco Optical. Schedule your annual comprehensive eye exam, check out new frame styles, and order your annual supply of contact lenses all in one place. Enjoy the time and attention your eyes deserve at Shopco Optical. Receive quality eye care and a personalized vision solution tailored to your specific vision and lifestyle needs. Call Shopco Optical or visit shopco.com to schedule an appointment at a location nearest you.
Here's to experiencing it all this summer in Wisconsin. Every deliciously cheesy, rockin', magical, fireworks-filled, festival-loving moment. There's Cheese Curd Fest in Ellsworth, Strawberry Fest in Cedarburg, Festival of the Arts in Stevens Point, and the Renaissance Fair in Bristol, Honor the Earth Powwow in Hayward, Mile of Music in Appleton, Venetian Fest, Bratfest, Summerfest. So many fests for your whole crew. Find them all at travelwisconsin.com.
There's nothing out there close to this. The countdown to summer is on at Heiser Automotive. And guess what? You're getting employee pricing on new Ford and Lincoln vehicles. But wait, we are making it even better. Get double the employee discount on remaining new 2024 models. Yes, more savings equals more fun. And with our exclusive Safe and Sound experience, you'll get roadside assistance for life. Whether you're cruising to the lake or hitting the open road this summer, we've got your back. Don't miss these deals. The summer fun starts at Heiser. Visit heiserford.com today.
See dealer for complete details on 5/31/2025.
9:37 on Wisconsin's Morning News. I'm not asking you to feel sorry for us, but for those of you who are with us out of the gate every morning at 6 a.m., that means you're up pretty early. And for folks who have those early schedules, maybe you're a first shifter, it's hard to do stuff during the week in the evening. Tough to go to a ball game or take in a show or, whatever, because you've got that early wake up. You and me are both right around the 3 o'clock hour.
Okay.
For getting up, right? I'm making an exception.
Happening today.
The Tony Award-winning musical MJ opens tonight in Milwaukee. This is from the Broadway cast, the original Broadway cast. It's an 8-show run in Milwaukee tonight, and I'm going to go.
Okay.
Had an opportunity to go tonight, so I'm going to do it. It wasn't working out for the weekend and other things, so yada, yada, yada. I will go tonight, so prepare to carry the show tomorrow. It's fine. My youngest daughter saw it on Broadway when Greendale High School and the marching band went to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Liked it?
They all went, and they all reported. What I thought was so great was for those young people, they kind of just missed MJ, the back end of his career, which, not a lot of artists was producing relevant music throughout the run of the career, right?
That's true.
Some keep producing music, but then when they say here's something off my new album, oh my God, that's not why I'm here. Play the hits. nonetheless, a jukebox musical that also is a story about an artist, right, is you just always wonder, well, what's the story, right? What story are you telling?
Right.
So,
and there's so many different stories you probably could tell.
Where do you want to start, right? So from the internets, MJ the Musical tells the story of Michael Jackson, focusing on the creation of his legendary 1992 Dangerous World Tour, while also exploring his childhood, family life, and rise to fame. Jukebox format, 25 of Jackson's greatest hits, delves in the creative process, personal struggles, relationships with fans, and the press.
25.
That's a lot of songs. I think someone would probably be a medley, bunch of things mashed together. Little of this, little of that, whatever. So looking forward to it. It's an 8-show run, as I said, and tickets are available, but there aren't a lot of them.
That's a tough character to play, because oftentimes if you're a lead in the musical or whatever, I don't want to say it's easier, but sometimes if you're creating a character that you can help kind of create, that's great. You can add your own abilities, your own spice.
Sure.
But when it's MJ, there's only one.
That was a guy.
There's only one Michael Jackson.
Right. He was a real person. And virtually everybody in the audience is going to have seen Michael Jackson do Michael Jackson things, right? So interesting. Excited to see it. It runs through the weekend, 2 shows each on Saturday and Sunday as well. For every show, there appear to be tickets available, but they are sparse. So if you have any designs ongoing, I would get in now. MJ opens tonight at the Marcus Performing Arts Center.
It's time for unbeatable Memorial Day savings at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Right now, find great deals on supplies to kick off summer your way. Like 20-pound bags of Estate Sunny or Sun to Shade grass seed, $10 off. Your choice of Estate Weed and Feed or Summer Lawn Fertilizer, $5 off. Plus, Rewards members get free same-day delivery on all pet supply orders of $49 or more when you order by noon. Find the value you need to start your summer your way. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Vince Vitrano for Lifetime Door Company. The last thing I want to do is mess up my beautiful new garage door from Lifetime. So I got some do's and don'ts from my man, Rick Burr, over there. Rick says obviously my twins are graduating, so we're having a big graduation party. A lot of folks going to be out at the house. It's going to be the first things they see when they walk up is that garage door. So Rick says if you're going to clean the door, tempted as you may be to blast it with a pressure washer, that is not the way to go. That's no good. It says it can damage the finish and the paint. So good old-fashioned soap and water, that should do the trick. Also, here's a do-it-yourself project for you this spring. Replace that worn weather stripping and those bottom bumpers on your garage door. Make sure you're still getting a tight seal there. If you'd rather, Lifetime Door Company can send somebody out to do the work for you. You call for service anytime or get started picking out a new door that you'll actually want to take care of. Lifetime Door Company, 5% off any product or service when you tell them Vinny sent you to lifetimedoor.net.
Junior Achievement of Wisconsin has had business technology from James Imaging Systems for several years. Lori Salzman, Vice President of Enterprise Services, explains why.
We started with the document imaging, and I have to say that the service and support has been fantastic.
James Imaging Systems, a 100% Wisconsin-owned and managed business technology company.
I've never met an organization that is so responsive to make sure that we are up and running all the time for us to be more efficient and allow us to focus more on the work that we do for helping young people.
Lori, what's your recommendation to others that aren't getting that kind of attention from their business technology company?
Please call James Imaging because they will work with you to make sure that you find a solution that can make you more efficient and productive.
Make the call, 262-781-7700, or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Wisconsin's morning news. I told you what the markets are doing this morning. Everything up. Oh, Dow's now up more than 500 points, nearly 1.25%. This is off big news from the president over the holiday weekend.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
News from President Trump that he is delaying the implementation of tariffs on the European Union after talking with Ursula von der Leyen. president of the European Commission.
That was the date she requested. Could we move it from June 1st to July 9th? And I agreed to do that. And that she said we will rapidly get together and see if we can work something out.
So the opening bell on Wall Street a little over an hour since that, and as predicted, because the futures were all up. Dow's up 1.25% or thereabouts. S&P 500 up more than 1.5%. NASDAQ is up almost 2%. Here's the thing, Ian, you point this out correctly. What did he announce there?
A pause.
There's not a deal.
There's no deal here.
It's not done yet. And that sort of seems to be the case with a number of these situations in regards to the tariffs. It's the prospect of a deal that has driven the markets up once again today. ABC's senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
I mentioned that 90-day deadline. Well, we're about halfway through that, and we haven't really seen many deals made. There's this framework deal with the UK that we've reached that's very light on details. The president has claimed we're close to deals with a whole bunch of other countries, but all of that remains to be seen.
So still a lot of work to do, but as you see, once again, the progress or either a foreign leader says something or the president says something that indicates we might talk about this at all, sort of, and it's like, whoa, everything's okay. Yep. It's gonna be okay. I mean, I'm not bagging on the markets responding positively to anything. Just saying there's a lot of work to do still. So he's pushed this off till the middle of summer now, that deadline on increased tariffs on the European Union. Other international news, the president spoke on the continued attacks on Ukraine by Russia over the weekend, lashing out at Russian President Vladimir Putin. Selena Wang again.
Just hours after Russia unleashed its biggest bombardment of Ukraine since the start of the war.
I'm not happy with
the president turning his frustration towards Vladimir Putin in a rare rebuke of the Russian leader.
He's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all.
The Kremlin pushing back, suggesting Trump's comments might be due to emotional overload.
President Zelensky of Ukraine again pleading for more economic sanctions on Russia as the prospects for peace in Eastern Europe dwindling this morning. President Trump obviously getting frustrated, thought perhaps he could use that quote-unquote good relationship with Putin to get these guys to the table. And what he's finding is, I don't know, either it was never as good of a relationship as you think it was, or dude's just in a different place.
Yeah, don't care. Doesn't care what you think.
I really don't understand that from Putin's part. I mean, you know that, especially with President Trump negotiating, he gets that what does the Russian leader need? He needs to save face. He needs to be able to claim victory. Like, Trump gets that about all that and seems to have sort of offered that. If not explicitly said publicly, you think behind those closed doors or in those moments he's indicating, look, you can say whatever you want, Vlad. I don't care. I want this to stop. So if you need to say we won this and we won that, whatever, like here are some terms that you got to accept. Go ahead and say whatever you want to your people. And if they want to buy that from you, fine. So that seems to be something that's important to Putin. For Ukraine, it's about land.
Right. I was going to say it's all about land, but Putin's going to want the land also.
Right. So there is that. But what's the hang up? Like, where, I guess, is Putin looking at the U.S. and saying, well, they're not going to bankroll this forever. Trump's in there. He's already said we're not going to just keep bankrolling an endless war.
In it for the long game, just to see how long you can wait it out.
What are they going to do? Vote me out of office?
Right.
In Russia? No. So maybe just wait it out. I don't know. Zelensky obviously getting increasingly frustrated and with things ramping up. And you thought maybe the prisoner swap was an indication that we were getting closer to a ceasefire. There was a massive 3-stage prisoner swap between Ukraine and Russia, and people fortunately were sent back to their home countries alive. Thank God, right? And that was maybe a sign that things were going to get closer to a deal. And then now this, over the weekend, more attacks. I mean, the largest, if not the largest, drone attack from Russia into Ukraine just over the weekend. From the start of this war, that's not a good sign. And the president's frustration here, regardless of what you think of Trump or how he handles these things, him getting frustrated and wanting to bow out or to suggest, like, I guess maybe we're done here, not good.
Yes, but can you do that now?
Right.
Is that a good look for you now to bow out?
Also not great.
You could argue it doesn't matter when you would have done it. Bowing out wouldn't look good.
So we'll see if there are any further developments this morning, but President Trump obviously continuing to grow frustrated with that situation in Eastern Europe. 9:48 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Okay, adventurers, listen up. Fox World Travel just dropped some seriously incredible Fox Group vacation destinations for 2026. Set sail on a yacht through the Croatian coastline, join a thrilling African safari, or immerse yourself in the mecca of all flower shows in London. And for the first time, we're introducing a woman's-only tour, partnering with Insight Vacations, Globus, and African Travel. But these are just a few of the exclusive offerings. But don't wait. They're filling up fast. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO to reserve your spot today.
Don't let them ruin your summer, and don't worry, you will still get pollinators in your garden. Vince Vitrano here for the Bugman and Queen Bee, your best in local pest defense. Just had Adam, the Bugman himself, out to the house for the stinging insect nest preventer. Now, Adam tells me he is getting a lot of requests for this service right now because of wasps. That's just one of many stinging insects. So now this is not going to keep bees and other pollinators from doing their important work in your yard or in your garden. What it will do is keep them from building a nest in your roof or inside the house. Saw a couple of bees the other day, like in my yard, and we've already had this service done. So the bees will come, they'll do their work. They're just not going to nest in your home. Dive bomb your patio all summer. Local, family, veteran-owned and operated. 20% off your first service when you tell them Vinny sent you. To the best in local pest defense. Bugman, QueenBee.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Colders. Check this out, Milwaukee. Colders is extending their incredible Memorial Day sale for one more week. If you missed out over Memorial Day weekend, now's your chance to shop their guaranteed best deals store-wide. Save big on furniture, appliances, and mattresses only for a limited time at Colders. This is the big sale. And while you're there, check out Flanner's Home Entertainment, located inside Colders showrooms in Grafton and West Allis. Flanner's, your destination for high-quality electronics. And right now, shop a special sale on audio components. Check out the speakers, receivers, amplifiers, and more. Get sound advice at the best price. Colders, I've shopped there recently in Delafield and West Allis. It's your one-stop shop for everything you need for your home. Furniture, appliances, mattresses, high-quality electronics. I just bought a sectional and a bedroom set. You can upgrade your living room all in one place. Design your dream sofa or sectional at Colders, then stop into Flanner's for all the audio. It's the place I shop. It is Colders.
Want to stay up to date with the crew?
And he walked in a run. Back-to-back walks after walking McCutcheon on 4 pitches.
Tune in to Brewers Extra Innings with Dominic Cotroneo after every game.
Freddie Peralta isn't able to get past the 5th inning against the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is your guy. You can't walk 3 guys against Pittsburgh and expect your bullpen to bail you out. It's just not sustainable.
Or listen anytime on the Brewers All Access podcast feed. We are your home of the Brewers. WTMJ.
I'm here to help. This is your WTMJ Fix-It Show host, David Nason, with expert advice for our listeners. If you're dealing with leaks, stains, or cracks in your basement, it's time to call my trusted friends at Accurate Basement Repair. And you know what? You'll get a free expert evaluation on me. You just tell them David Nason, the Fix-It guy, told me to call. Don't let basement issues mess up your home. Trust Accurate Basement Repair to get the job done right. And again, that's Accurate Basement Repair, 414-744-6900 or AccurateBasementRepair.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
9:52 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Don't forget it's Tuesday today. Folks had an opportunity to enjoy the holiday weekend or attend any of the Memorial Day services. So many of them in our area. Every now and then you'd hear an airplane that sounded a little bit different, right? Either you're like, that must be coming from a flyover somewhere. Right?
Pretty neat.
So a lot of really important and perfect weather for those remembrances and ceremonies throughout Wisconsin on Monday.
So happening today is the start of the Maxwell Anderson murder trial. Anderson's the man accused of murdering and dismembering Sade Robinson. She was a 19-year-old from Milwaukee. She was an MATC student. She worked at Pizza Shuttle, and they had gone out on a date last April in 2024, and then she went missing. And a day later, they started finding pieces of her body. They found a leg in Warnemount Park in Cudahy. They found other remains on Milwaukee's north side, an arm washed up to shore a few days later after that in Waukegan, Illinois, on Lake Michigan. And Maxwell Anderson is charged. He's a young man from Pewaukee. He went to Pewaukee High School. He'd worked at a couple of the bars. He was kind of known in some circles, just of the social scene, just because of where he worked. He worked at Victor's and some other places, and is now facing murder charges and arson charges. And earlier this morning, jury selection is today, we talked to Paul Bucher. So he's a former prosecutor, former Waukesha County district attorney, also a lawyer still. He still practices as a defense attorney. And he said that there's a lot to this trial that can still be up in the air a little bit, and discussed which charges he thought would be easier for the prosecution to get the case.
The strongest charge in this case is the arson, but the other ones are all circumstantial. They never really found, quote unquote, the smoking gun. And trying to be respectful, of course, to the family of Miss Robinson, they never quite found where all of these terrible things might have occurred.
Yeah, that's what Paul kept saying, is where did they do it? Where did if Maxwell Anderson's the man who did it, where did he do it? And what weapon did he use? That was never able to be identified. And he said he thought that the arson charge, because he's accused of torching her vehicle on the north side, he believes that charge is the easiest one to get the conviction on, and that some of the other ones may be a bit tricky depending on how the jury selection goes and who your jury is.
You raise an interesting question, is if you're a juror, how can you vote to convict on the arson charge and not connect the dots of, well, why would this guy have torched the car of a murder victim? Were he not connected to it, and what other way would he be connected to it other than he's the guy who did it?
Right.
But there's a lot of stuff missing from getting that murder conviction and the dismemberment conviction. Juries like to see that quote unquote smoking gun, and circumstantial evidence is still evidence.
Correct.
We sort of dismiss, it's circumstantial. Yeah, but it's evidence. It's one piece of the puzzle, but very, very often you have juries reluctant to convict if they don't have where is the murder weapon, and where did any of these gruesome acts occur? Where were those other crime scenes? Mm-hmm. And without that may be a tougher conviction to get than perhaps folks thought when this arrest first happened. Well, they got the guy.
And they do have cell phone location for both the victim and for the defendant in this case that'll help play a role. They have surveillance video in some of these spots, including in Warnemount Park. So there is some of that they'll be able to use. But now it will take some work for the prosecution's got its work cut out for it here the next 2 weeks.
For what it's worth, they were expecting jury selection to basically take today. They would seat the jury of 12, of course, and then any number of alternates. And they have a large pool of potential jurors, somewhere in the neighborhood of 80, so dozens of people who could end up on this trial. They were saying 2 weeks maybe for a possible length of trial, but who knows? Those are just the predictions and expectations coming from court.
We also asked Paul if a defendant always decides to take the stand or not take the stand. It seems like that's always up in the air.
Yes,
right?
Is the accused going to testify?
Are we going to hear if they're going to testify? There's always some belief on whether or not they do, if that means they're guilty or not. And he says it really depends on the defendant. He's like, it could depend on how well the case was brought by the state, by the prosecution. It could depend on if the defendant knows how to answer questions correctly and succinctly and not get themselves into trouble and come off likable or unlikable. So all of that could come to play here in this case as well. But don't know. No, obviously it's way too early to know if Anderson intends to take the stand.
I think that's an interesting point that Bucher made, is that's a game time decision. We see how the trial goes when you're on the defense side, see how things are going. If you feel like the state didn't make its case, why would you expose your person to anything?
Potentially tripping up on something.
But again, you're the employee in that relationship too. You work for that guy. If that guy's saying I demand to take the stand, what do you do with a defendant like that?
Sade Robinson's mother, meanwhile, you will hear on Wisconsin's Midday News today that trial gets underway with jury selection.
Point Taken on WTMJ is up next.
We blew a gasket on the grapevine and $80 on repair.
Catch the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast on WTMJ.com.
It's WTMJ's Debbie Laws